Chapter 990, The Last Day. Through several long corridors, the two soon arrived outside the room where Lin Dong was. Su Luan directly knocked on the door of the room. Knock, knock, knock. Then a young voice came from inside. Come in. Su Luan then pushed the door and entered. Ma Bei followed closely behind. As soon as he entered, he saw an extraordinary-looking young man welcoming him. Brother Su is here. I believe this is Brother Desert Bay from the Sacred Alliance. Lin Dong quickly walked over and said politely. Elder Brother Lin, let me introduce you. This is the Sacred Alliance's direct Saint Realm powerhouse, Desert North. After Su Luan finished speaking, he then proceeded to introduce Desert North. Older Brother Desert North, this is the Lin Dong that you have been wanting to meet. At this moment, Desert North had been staring at Lin Dong since he entered the door. From his appearance, Lin Dong was indeed very young and his bone age should be within 1,000 years. At the same time, Desert North could also feel the Sage Realm aura emanating from Lin Dong's body. This could not be faked or disguised. Although it was only at the early stage of the pseudo-saint level. But it was an actual saint realm. Unbelievable. Everything Su Luan said just now was surprisingly true. There really was a saint realm that was less than 1,000 years old in the Star Void realm? Still standing alive in front of him? It was simply too unbelievable. Ma Bei did not know yet. Lin Dong's strength nowadays was already at the half-step true saint level, and it would not be long before he crossed the bottleneck and completely reached the true saint level. The early stage of the pseudo-saint level was merely something that Lin Dong had deliberately divulged in order to keep a low profile. When he realized Lin Dong's true strength, he did not know how he would feel. Hello, Brother Mo Bei. Lin Dong said graciously as he extended his hand. Hello, Brother Lin. Mo Bei also extended his hand to shake Lin Dong's hand and replied with a wooden expression. Right now, he had not slowed down. The two shook hands for a moment before separating. Brother Mo Bei is older than me, so it is better to address me as Elder Brother Lin, just like Brother Su. Lin Dong said with a smile. Then, I will not be polite, Elder Brother Lin. Ma Bei's expression was still a little unnatural. Just now, he had questioned what Su Luan had said several times, thinking that such a character could never appear in the Star Void realm. Now the truth was before his eyes. In addition to being shocked, Desert North's face was also a bit unsettled. Ha ha! Desert North, old brother. How about it? Believe it now. I didn't lie to you. Seeing Desert North's expression, Su Luan said with a big smile from the side. Elder Brother Su is laughing. It's because I haven't seen the world and am too ignorant. Originally I thought that among the young generation of the Star Void realm, the number of the 6 Jia was the most. I didn't expect that there was also a character like Elder Brother Lin. It's really unbelievable. I'm afraid that even the Alliance Master would be shocked if he knew about it. Desert North said with a bitter smile. Old Brother Desolate North, you did promise me that you wouldn't spread the word. Don't worry. We haven't known each other for a day or two, and after so many years of fighting, what kind of person am I, aren't you clear? It's precisely because I believe in your character that I agreed to bring you to see Elder Brother Lin, otherwise don't even think about it. Then don't. Lin Dong stood by the side and listened to the conversation between the two. He also learned some information from it. This Ma Bei should be a more reliable person for Su Luan to bring him over to meet him. It was just that both Su Luan and Ma Bei could only perceive Lin Dong's strength at the early stage of the pseudo-saint level. As for the half-step true saint level strength, it had already been hidden by him using his system. Even if a Saint King level came, they would not be able to discover it. Next, Su Luan instructed the staff of the Treasure Basin Merchant Company to deliver a large table of fine wines and dishes. Although at their realm, it no longer mattered if they ate or not. With their physical bodies, they could absorb the power of heaven and earth and nourish themselves. However, all of them felt that drinking and chatting at the same time was the only way to have an atmosphere. After all, everyone wasn't born with the strength of the eternal realm. It was all a step-by-step process. The habit of eating and drinking carried over. During the chat, Lin Dong learned something about the Sacred Alliance from Mo Bei. It was considered to have given him another deeper understanding of the Sacred Alliance. Previously, what he had heard was just some skin deep. The Sacred Alliance could be said to be the official organization that maintained peace in the Star Void realm. The major powers, on the other hand, were like an all-male division. This was the general layout of the entire Star Void realm. Ma Bei also learned from Lin Dong that this kid actually had a master. Even if Lin Dong did not name the strength of his master, Ma Bei could still imagine it. A character who could cultivate a disciple like Lin Dong would not be that simple? I am afraid that it is another Saint King level powerhouse. As he thought of this, Ma Bei came to a sudden realization. No wonder the Su family had gone to war with the Jiang family to protect Lin Dong. It turned out that it was for the one behind Lin Dong. With the Su family's current situation, if they made good relations with Lin Dong, it might even be a way out. After all, the Su family's affairs were not something that anyone dared to meddle in, unless they were a Saint King level powerhouse. As for the known Saint King level powerhouses in the Star Void realm, there would be no one to help the Su family. One could only hope for another Saint King level to appear. As a Saint realm directly under the Sacred Alliance, Ma Bei knew a bit more than the Saint realms of other powers. The Star Void realm was not as simple as it appeared. There were also far more than 6 Saint King levels. It was only that many of them were in seclusion. When they said they were in seclusion, they were actually recuperating from their injuries. Therefore, upon realizing that Lin Dong had a master behind him, Ma Bei was not surprised, but rather took it for granted. To say that Lin Dong was nurtured by no one and had come this far on his own, he would never believe it. According to Ma Bei's thoughts, Lin Dong was cultivated by a certain Saint King level powerhouse in the Star Void realm who was in seclusion. Only then would such an explanation seem reasonable. Of course, Lin Dong's talent was indeed demonic enough to be considered unrivaled. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to reach this point even with an even more awesome master. Which of the 6 masters of the Star Void realm did not have a Saint King level powerhouse behind them? They were still quite a bit older than Lin Dong, and as a result, their strength was not even half a star's difference, and they were completely incomparable to Lin Dong. Just like what Su Luan said. They were not even worthy of lifting Lin Dong's shoes. Ma Bei now sort of recognized this statement. The 3 of them talked happily. Then Su Luan and Ma Bei left on their own. Lin Dong, on the other hand, was alone in his room and continued to wait for Su Xueling to complete the liquidation. 2 days quickly passed. There was still one last day left before the 3 days Su Xueling had said. Lin Dong's heart, which had already calmed down, rippled again. After 1 day had passed, he would be able to complete the transaction of 2 million billion star yuan coins with Su Jingyuan. From there, he would be able to obtain 2 million divine magnificence points and raise his strength to a new level. At that time, Lin Dong would no longer be afraid of the 2 true saint levels of the Jiang family. In the Star Void realm, as long as he did not encounter those few Saint King level powerhouses, he was already on the verge of walking completely sideways. While Lin Dong was anxiously waiting for the last day to pass quickly. In the western region of the Central Divine Continent, a group of youngsters with the size of thousands of people were welcomed. Chapter 991, Sense of Crisis. A team of youngsters with thousands of people arrived at the western region of the Central Divine Continent. The person leading this team was none other than Pang Haian, one of the 6 masters of the Star Void realm, who had just broken through to the half-step saint realm. He had come to vent his grievances in his heart. He should have been famous throughout the world, becoming the head of the 6 masters and the number 1 person of the younger generation in the Star Void realm. At the moment, he looked a bit forlorn. Not only had his fame been stolen by the brat Lin Dong who had suddenly appeared out of nowhere, he was also boycotted by the remaining 5 of the 6 Jia. This resulted in him becoming the laughingstock of the Star Void realm and losing his face. With Pang Haian's vindictive character, how could he stand this anger? His first target was Lin Dong. As for the remaining 5 people, Pang Haian would make them pay one by one. However, these 5 people were different from Lin Dong. Their backgrounds were too powerful. Like the Pang family, they belonged to the 6 top forces of the Star Void realm. If one wanted to find trouble with them, one would need to take their time and think long and hard. Let's settle Lin Dong first. Before he came, Pang Haian had already learned through the Pang family's intelligence network that Lin Dong was most likely within a branch of the Treasure Basin Merchant Company, being closely protected by the Su family. Although he did not know why the Su family was protecting Lin Dong. However, the Su family was a subsidiary family of the Pang family. And he, Pang Haian, was the first heir of the Pang family and the future family head. Even if the Su family's family head saw him, he would have to address him with a respectful title of young master. If Lin Dong was in the Su family, then it was just right for him to go forward and mention someone. As long as Lin Dong was captured under the gaze of the entire Star Void realm, Pang Haian could just as easily tell everyone to shut up. The person who made a big clan like the Jiang family helpless, being taken down by him easily. At least some face could be saved. However, Pang Haian had also heard. Nowadays, the Jiang and Su families, for the sake of Lin Dong, were facing each other. It looked like they were about to go to war. Even the Sacred Alliance had gotten involved. Pang Haian was puzzled. A guy who came out of nowhere. What kind of magic was there that could make the Su family protect him even at the expense of going to war with the Jiang family? It was just that this matter, one had to meet the Su family first to know exactly what was going on. Pang Haian also did not put it on his mind at all. The Su family dared to ignore the Jiang family for Lin Dong. It even went so far as to start a war with the Jiang family. However, they absolutely did not dare to refute his Pang Haian's face. This was the difference in status and position. His weight alone was heavier than the entire Jiang family. It was the same even if the Jiang family possessed two true saint-level powerhouses. This was the bottom line of being the Star Void Realm's 6 masters and the Pang family's first heir. Who let his Jiang family have a Saint King-ranked old ancestor? Moreover, this Saint King-ranked old ancestor was very favorable to Pang Haian and often instructed him in his cultivation. In this way, it increased his proud capital even more. Pang Haian had brought thousands of the young generation's pride from the Star Void Realm to the Central Divine Continent, so naturally, he couldn't hide it from the others. Of course, Pang Haian didn't want to hide it either. His purpose was to attract everyone's attention. To tell everyone. Even though there were 5 less of the Star Void Realm's 6 masters, his Pang Haian's appeal was still not weak. There were still so many heavenly prides willing to follow him. Qin Jing Zihan was also among the thousands of heavenly prides at this moment. His strength was on the low side, not even at the immortal level. However, his status was not low. The Heavenly Star Mansion belonged to the forces of the second rung of the Star Void Realm. Qin Jing Zihan was also the young lord of the Heavenly Star Mansion. Definitely qualified to participate in this event. Moreover, he was very young, less than 500 years old, and at this age, he already belonged to being a genius among geniuses. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been possible for him to become the young lord of the Heavenly Star Mansion. From the moment Pang Haian announced that he was coming to the Central Divine Continent, Qin Jing Zihan had already whispered this news to Lin Dong. He wanted Lin Dong to hurry up and find a way to leave that place of wrongdoing. Once Pang Haian arrived, coupled with this 1,000-strong team of Heaven's Pride, the incident was bound to escalate once again. However, the reply he received from Lin Dong was for him not to worry. Even though he knew that Lin Dong was comforting himself, Qin Jing Zihan did not have the slightest solution. Under the blockade of so many experts from the Jiang clan, how could Lin Dong have a chance to escape? If he was able to escape, he would have escaped a long time ago. Why wait until now? Qin Jing Zihan wanted to help Lin Dong. However, in today's situation, he is also self-aware, knowing that he was not qualified enough. Not to mention his own low strength, there was no Saint King level powerhouse sitting behind him, so he could not intervene at all. The only thing that could help Lin Dong was to blend in with the crowd and deliver a little bit of news from the outside world to Lin Dong. Su Shuiling was pressing on with the final liquidation. It had to be completed within the last one-day deadline promised to Lin Dong. 3 days was the time that came out of her mouth. Since she had said it, it had to be done and could not be extended any further. After learning that Pang Haian had arrived with a Heavenly Pride team of thousands of people, Su Shuiling's entire body froze. Then boundless panic wrapped around her, causing her body to start trembling. Wasn't Pang Haian gathering all the Heavenly Prides of the Star Void Realm for a grand event? Why would he suddenly come here? There were also so many of the Star Void Realm's Heavenly Prides with him. What exactly did he want to do with such fanfare? Could it be that he came to publicly welcome himself? It is very likely. Other than this motive, Su Shuiling couldn't think of a reason for Pang Haian to come here. What to do? What to do? What to do? Su Shuiling asked herself over and over again. She didn't want to be a victim of the Su family's efforts to curry favor with the Pang family, and had always made efforts to do so. Now she had seen a glimmer of hope. As a result, at this final critical moment, it was going to be a lost cause. Su Xueling could not accept this reality. No way. She absolutely could not marry Pang Haian. Otherwise her life would be ruined. Moreover, Su Xueling also understood. Pang Haian didn't really like her at all and wanted to marry her. He just wanted to further eat into the Su family through this method, ultimately achieving the goal of completely possessing the Treasure Basin Merchant Company. Once the Pang family made a move against the Su family, the original joint relationship between the two families would definitely be broken. At that time, she would be caught in the middle, which would be the worst situation. Su Xueling knew. The only person who could save herself from Pang Haian was Lin Dong. However, Lin Dong's mission had not yet been completed. One had to help Lin Dong finish the matter first before being qualified to ask for Lin Dong's help. There was not much left. It should be possible to catch up. After calming down, Su Xueling continued to bury her head in her work. The news of Pang Haian's arrival. It caused her sense of crisis to suddenly erupt. There was something in her heart. Efficiency instead slowed down. Su Xueling didn't know yet. Pang Haian hadn't thought of her as his fiancée from the time he had emerged from the customs until now. He had been preparing for this grand event. After the event failed, resentment grew in his heart. He shifted his target to Lin Dong and the rest of the status 5. Wanting to resolve Lin Dong first. Venting out some of his grievances. Perhaps women were a liability in the eyes of a cultivation maniac like Pang Haian. It would only affect the speed at which he drew his sword. The reason why he had agreed to marry Su Xueling in the first place was also because he wanted to take this opportunity to meddle in the internal matters of the Su family. Chapter 992. The situation has changed. Another day passed. It came to the next morning. Today was the last day of the 3 days Su Xueling had said. If there were no surprises, Lin Dong would have completed a transaction worth 2 million billion star yuan coins with Su Jingyuan today, getting 2 million divine greatness points. He would then be able to take his strength and break through to the true saint level. As for how far he could ultimately go, it also depended on exactly how many divine magnificence points there were. If it was exactly 2 million, he would be able to ascend to the late true saint level. If it could reach 2,300,000, the peak of the true saint level was beckoning to Lin Dong. Early this morning, the Treasure Bowl Merchant Company welcomed a heavyweight guest. One of the 6 masters of the Star Void realm, the first heir of the Pang family, Pang Haian. The Pang family also had another identity. That was one of the 6 top forces in the Star Void realm that possessed a Saint King level, as well as the backer behind the Su family. Pang Haian's arrival. It directly startled Su Luan, the Saint Realm Elder of the Su family stationed here. He was the highest ranking person in the Su family here, as well as the strongest. Naturally, he was the one to receive Pang Haian. Su Jingyuan, the chief governor of the Treasure Basin Merchant Bank, was not even qualified. Not to mention anyone else. Of course, if Su Luan wasn't there, it would have to be Su Jingyuan, who had the highest status, who would have to step in. At this moment, in the parlor of the Treasure Basin Merchant Bank, an old and a young man were sitting inside. The old one was Su Luan and the young one was naturally Pang Haian. Senior Su Luan, Haian has come uninvited, please forgive me, Pang Haian politely said to Su Luan. Although he had a strangely high status, but facing a Saint Realm powerhouse, the respect that was due still had to be there. Otherwise it would be spread out. It would make people think that he had no manners. After all, Pang Haian was only in the half-step Saint Realm now, and had yet to reach the true Saint Realm. When he reached the Saint Realm, only then would he be able to socialize with other Sage Realm powerhouses on an equal footing. There's no need to be polite, nephew Haian, the two Pang and Su families have always had a close relationship, helping and supporting each other, so what's the point of dividing you and I? Since you've arrived here, just treat this place as your own home. Su Luan also politely returned. The Pang family's ambitions had almost spread to all the major powers in the Star Void realm. Su Luan naturally knew about it as well. However, it was not yet time for both sides to tear their faces off. He wouldn't take the initiative to stir up trouble either. Pang Haian smiled faintly at his words. Treating this place as your home? That's what you, Suluan, said. Then he would not be polite. Not only here. It won't be long. The entire Treasure Bowl Merchant Company will become the Pang family's property. With these words from Senior Suluan, I'm relieved. I thought Senior Suluan wouldn't welcome me. Pang Haian laughed. It was only the smile that made Suluan a little nauseous. He couldn't wait to slap over and kill this Pang family asshole. But reality didn't allow him to do so he could only endure it. Of course, Pang Haian knew that Suluan had a problem with himself. Not only to himself. I'm afraid that he has a problem with the entire Pang family. However, he liked this kind of feeling, where the other party was not happy with himself and could not do anything about it. It made Pang Haian feel great. This was something that had to be done with absolute strength. Just like today. The Su family knew that the Pang family wanted to take possession of the Treasure Basin Merchant Company, but there was nothing they could do about it. It could only watch the Pang family approach step by step and then slowly retreat. In the end, when there was no way to retreat, they might struggle a little bit in their death throes, or they might not even dare to struggle. How could it be? Wherever virtuous nephew Haiyan goes, the door of the Treasure Basin Merchant Company will always be open for you. Suluan said with a leathery smile. Then thank you, Senior Suluan, but I came this time. There is something I want to understand from you. Please speak, virtuous nephew. I heard that the Zhang family's most wanted criminal, Lindong, is in your Treasure Basin Merchant Company? Pang Haian asked. Where did virtuous nephew Haiyan hear this from? Suluan frowned and did not answer Pang Haian's question, but instead asked in return. Elder Suluan, my Pang family is one of the 6 top forces in the Star Void realm anyways. If I can't even find out this bit of information, then how can I gain a foothold in the Star Void realm? Don't you think so? Pang Haian said with some pride. Suluan glanced at Pang Haian and helplessly replied, Lindong is indeed in my Treasure Basin merchant firm. He is a VIP level customer here. As long as he does not leave of his own accord, there is no way for us to blow him away. Not only that, we also have to ensure his safety. Since Lindong is here, then I have not come in vain after all, Senior Suluan. I wonder if I can meet this Lindong? Why does Hao Tian Xian nephew want to meet him? You guys don't seem to have much interaction and you don't know each other, right? Indeed, I don't know him, but that doesn't affect me from meeting him. The appearance of such a capable person in the Starry Void realm, with the power of one person, he has attracted the attention of the entire Starry Void realm, resulting in the current situation of the convergence of the storm clouds. As one of the 6 masters, how could I, Pang Haian, not meet him personally? Pang Haian looked as if he was taking it for granted. If Xian nephew wants to meet Lindong, I can ask for you, but he most likely won't even meet you. You have to be mentally prepared. Suluan replied. When Pang Haian heard this, his face instantly became gloomy. What kind of joke was this? What strength was one's own? What identity? To want to see a brat that came out of nowhere. Suluan should have just brought him here directly. He even had to ask if the other party agreed. Is this looking down on him? Or looking down on the Pang family? Oh. What does Senior Suluan mean? I, Pang Haian, still need to be informed when I meet someone? And it is still you, a sage realm, who is going. Isn't it too much to look down on Lindong? What qualifications does he have? Pang Haian asked in a deep voice. The current him was already on the verge of an outbreak. Regarding Lindong stealing his limelight, Pang Haian was already dissatisfied in his heart. Coupled with these few words from Suluan that belittled himself and elevated Lindong, he felt that he was on the verge of being unable to hold back. Xian nephew has misunderstood. Lindong is the highest-ranking honored guest of my Treasure Basin merchant firm and is not a member of my Su family. I am not qualified to allow him to meet you. As to whether he will meet you or not, it depends on his mood. If he does not want to, there is really nothing he can do about it. Suluan replied helplessly. Pang Haian felt that he had been greatly insulted. He was really going to blow up. Why was it that ever since he had broken through the half-step Saint realm and left the gate, everything had gone wrong? First, the heat from the grand event held in his name had failed to snatch over Lindong, and the confrontation between the 2 Jiangsu families. Then amongst the 6 masters, the remaining 5 had joined forces against himself, causing him to lose face at the grand event. Now he wanted to see Lindong. all of them were blocked by Su Luan? How could he, the Su family, dare? Before Pang Haian came here, he thought that if Lin Dong was in the Su family, then it was the same as being in his own hands, and he was at his mercy. As a result, now, not to mention pinching Lin Dong, it was difficult to even meet him. Before his seclusion, the Su family would never have dared to do this. The Su family would never have dared to do this. What exactly had happened during the time he had been in seclusion? Why did it feel like the entire situation in the Star Void realm had changed? Chapter 993, Old Undead. Pang Haian didn't know what exactly had happened during his time in seclusion. It made the Su family dare to do this to themselves. Let alone a brat like Lin Dong. Even if it was the other 5 of the 6 masters of the Star Void realm, Pang Haian was just as eager to see them. It can be said that there is no one in the entire younger generation of the Star Void realm that he cannot see. And there was no need for a briefing at all. There were people in the Star Void realm who had the strength and qualifications to refuse him. I'm afraid that there were only powerhouses above the true saint level. The pseudo-saint level didn't even dare to do much. After he becomes the head of the Pang family, the true saint level wouldn't even dare to not see him. Originally, Pang Haian was more respectful of Su Luan, a saint realm. As a result, he didn't expect the other party to not take him seriously at all. He even said such extremely humiliating words. Pang Haian was enraged. As one of the 6 masters of the Star Void realm and the first heir of the Pang family, he could not accept such humiliation. Since Su Luan didn't give him face, then why should he respect the other party? Not to mention that the Su family was originally a subsidiary family of the Pang family. To put it bluntly, since when did a dog dare to bite its master? If the Pang family hadn't stood behind the Su family, it would be impossible for the Su family's Treasure Basin Merchant Company to become one of the top 5 merchant companies in the Central Divine Continent. Even if they were able to develop with the strength of the Su family, they wouldn't be able to keep such a huge amount of wealth. Which of the remaining 4 major merchant houses did not have a Saint King level powerhouse behind them as a backer? Su Luan's approach. It made Pang Haian decide to stop being wishy-washy. When it was time to utilize his identity, he would never be stingy. Being in the Pang family, he had the qualifications. Su Luan, I am now solemnly telling you as the first heir of the Pang family and the future head of the family, this Lin Dong, not only do I want to see him today, but I also want to take him with me, regardless of whether or not you, the Su family, agree with me or not. I will do it. If you, the Su family, are sensible, you will take the initiative to bring him over to me, otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Turn the other cheek, Pang Haian said seriously. Right now, he didn't even bother to add the word senior and directly address the other party by name. If it was anyone else outside of the 6th Jia who dared to threaten a Saint Realm powerhouse like this, I'm afraid that he would have been scrapped or even killed long ago. Saints could not be insulted, this was not a joke. But the Star Void Realm 6th Jia were different. Their identities doomed them to the fact that even if they said such words, no Saint Realm would dare to take action against them. Pang Haian's sudden outburst. It caused Su Luan to fail to come back to his senses for a moment. He couldn't figure it out. Just now, he was fine. How did this kid become so serious? Didn't he just say that he needed to go through the other party's consent if he wanted to see Lin Dong? This was also the truth, alright. 2 days ago, when he was faced with Mo Bei's request, he had also said the same thing. There was nothing wrong with it. How did it feel like it had changed when it came to Pang Haian? Looking at Pang Haian, who had suddenly flared up, Su Luan was also angry. He was at least a Saint Realm. No matter how high Pang Haian's status was, he was only a half-step saint. Being threatened by a half-step saint realm, Su Luan's face was a bit unsettling. If it was before the Pang family revealed their ambitions, he might have endured. After all, the Su family had dipped into the Pang family's light and borrowed the Pang family's power to get to where they were now anyways. And Pang Haian's position in the Pang family even exceeded that of an average saint realm. But now the Pang family's ambitions had been revealed. It was clear that they wanted to encroach on the Su family's Treasure Basin Merchant Company. Su Luan would no longer grovel. He would take out the majesty of the Saint Realm. Let Pang Haian know what it meant to say that saints could not be insulted. Pang Haian, do you know what you're doing? You are threatening a Saint realm, do you know the consequences of doing so? Su Luan asked in a deep voice. The words had just fallen out of his mouth. What greeted him was a burst of unrestrained laughter. Ha 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 ha. This laughter naturally came from Pang Haian. Su Luan didn't interrupt and just grimaced, watching him laugh. After laughing for a full 10 seconds, Pang Haian stopped and sneered, a mere pseudo-saint level in the district, what consequences can there be for threatening? Su Luan, you think too highly of yourself, you don't think you can be arrogant in front of me just because you're a pseudo-saint level, do you? What qualifications do you have? When you reach the true saint level sometime, I might even put you in my eyes, as for now. He. After saying that, Pang Haian was still staring at Su Luan with a sarcastic face. Especially that last cold laugh. It even spoke of the disdain in his heart for the pseudo-saint level. It was so close to saying the words that the pseudo-saint level was nothing but trash. Pang Haian, you've gone too far, the pseudo-sacred level is also the sage realm, and you are now nothing more than a half-step sage realm, so what qualifications do you have to look down on the pseudo-sacred level? In your eyes, I, who was only a district pseudo-saint level, can slap you to death right now, do you believe it or not? Su Luan calmly said. Unbeknownst to him, he was also filled with rage in his heart right now. This was the first time Su Luan had been ridiculed by someone who hadn't even reached the saint realm. He had seen all of the 6 masters of the Star Void realm. None of them were like Pang Haian. In fact, the Pang Haian before his seclusion wasn't like this either. It was just that this time, after breaking through the half-step saint realm and coming out of seclusion, he didn't know what kind of wind this kid had drawn. He dared to openly provoke the saint realm. It couldn't be that he had closed his brain in seclusion. Slap me to death? Su Luan, not to mention whether you can do it or not, even if you can do it, so what? Do you dare? I'm standing right here, and you wouldn't dare to touch a single hair on my head, otherwise not only you, but the entire Su family will suffer. Pang Haian arrogantly said loudly. He couldn't beat Su Luan. Yet there was not the slightest worry that Su Luan would make a move against him. This was the benefit of having a strong background. From birth until now. As a direct descendant of the Pang family, Pang Haian's pride and arrogance had been engraved into his bones. In the eyes of everyone in the Pang family, the Su family was nothing more than a dog of their own. Even if this dog is now somewhat stronger. But it still couldn't change the fact that it was a dog. It's true that I don't dare to move you, but that's not because you're strong on your own, Pang Haian, you're just from a good background, that's not much of a skill. If you didn't have the Pang family backing you up, would you still dare to say these words in front of me? Ha ha ha. Su Luan, you're really funny. Why wouldn't being well-born count as a skill? Then you being older is a skill? When I reach your age, if I still only have this much strength, I might as well run over my head and die, why live to disgrace myself? At that time, I'll be able to return what you just said and slap you to death, you old bastard. Pang Haian said with a big smile. Su Luan took a few deep breaths, suppressing the strong urge to make a move. Trying hard to keep himself calm. He was truly afraid that he wouldn't be able to resist slapping this bastard to death. Can't make a move. Can't make a move. Mustn't make a move. Su Luan warned himself over and over again in his mind. If you do it today, the consequences will be severe. The kid in front of him wasn't just the heir to the Pang family. He was also the most valued descendant of that Saint King level ancestor of the Pang family. Who? Almost breath cycles down. Su Luan finally forced himself to restrain himself. Chapter 994, Just a Dog. Pang Haian. Su Luan gritted his teeth and shouted word for word, although he restrained the urge to make a move. However, Su Luan was still burning with rage at this moment. With that look, he couldn't wait to eat Pang Haian alive. A hallowed Saint Realm powerhouse. Surprisingly being called an old immortal. It was simply a strange story. Such a ridiculous thing could only be done by someone with Pang Haian's background. If anyone else dared to say such a thing, Su Luan would have already slapped his palm over. This young master is in. Su Luan, I like your look of not being able to look at me and not being able to do anything about it. What? You still want to make a move? Come on. This young master is standing right here, let's see what you can do. Pang Haian said contemptuously, not putting Su Luan in his eyes in the slightest. Get the hell out of here, this is the Treasure Basin Merchant Company, not your Pang clan, there's no room for you to be wild here. Su Luan angrily rebuked. Want me to leave? It is also possible. Bring Lindong over to me and I will leave, otherwise this young master will go and find it by himself, it's such a big-ass place, Lindong can still fly. Delusional. Pang Haian, I will not hand over Lindong to you, nor will I allow you to be in the wild, you die of this heart. Su Luan, this is not up to you. Since you are unwilling to hand over Lindong, then I will have to find it myself, I would like to see who dares to stop me. Pang Haian got up after saying that and prepared to leave the place to look for Lindong. The area of the Treasure Bowl merchant house was huge. However, this was nothing to Pang Haian, who had already birthed his spiritual energy. As long as he spread out his spiritual energy, he would soon be able to spot Lindong. Pang Haian, don't go too far, I have already endured again and again today, don't force me. Su Luan also stood up. So what if I force you? Pang Haian asked with interest. If you keep messing up like this, don't blame me for capturing you before I pass it on to your Pang family elders, so that they can see, how does the Pang family teach their offspring? For such a large family, they have produced such an ill-mannered status heir like you? Pang Haian, it's not that I'm looking down on you, for someone like you, no matter how talented you are, you'll still be just as incapable of accomplishing great things, and if the Pang family falls into your hands, I'll see that it'll be lost to you sooner or later. Su Luan's words directly ignited Pang Haian's anger completely. As one of the 6 masters of the Star Void realm, the first heir of the Pang family. From a young age, Pang Haian had heard all sorts of words of praise. When had he ever heard such words against his ears? Originally, he was holding a lot of anger in his heart and had no place to vent it. How could Pang Haian stand such words? He pointed at Su Luan and said sternly, Su Luan, it's not your turn to worry about my Pang family's affairs, without my Pang family's support, would your Su family be able to have today? In the end, your Su family is nothing more than a dog we raised, now that the dog has become stronger, it even wants to hanker after its master, how ridiculous. Pang Haian's words came out. The entire Su family was offended. The words treating the Su family as a dog were fine to think about in one's heart. Even if all of the Pang family's direct lineage thought so, one should never say it. Not to mention in front of the Su family's Saint Realm powerhouses. Wasn't this looking for discomfort? However, Pang Haian could not think of this. He had always been arrogant. Coupled with all the upsets he had experienced this time out of the gate, his grievances had long since built up, and he directly said what was on his mind. Anyway, he felt that what he said was also the truth. The Su family was originally a dog of the Pang family. It was just that this dog had now become powerful. The reason why the Pang family decided to take action against the Su family. It was also because they felt that they couldn't let the Su family grow any longer. In the event that one day, a Saint King level powerhouse appeared in the Su family, it would be completely out of control. At this moment, Su Luan was already furious. Pang Haian had dared to treat the Su family like a dog? This could be scolding the 3 true saint-level ancestors of the Su family. No matter how high your status is, you, Pang Haian, are still just a junior. It's just a matter of insulting yourself. Su Luan could barely tolerate it. Now, even the Su family's true saint ancestors had been scolded together. How could he endure it? If Su Luan did nothing today and let Pang Haian do whatever he wanted in this Treasure Basin Merchant Company, then the Su family would truly be dogs. Pang Hao Tian. You deceived people too much. Today, I'll capture you and have your family elders come to ransom you. I want to see, how does your Pang family teach their offspring? Surprisingly teaching out such a scum as you. As Su Luan said these words, his body had already moved, rapidly running towards Pang Haian. For Su Luan's sudden attack, it was also completely out of Pang Haian's expectations. Unexpectedly, this fellow actually dared to make a move against himself. Simply audacious. Pang Haian was furious. Su Luan, how dare you? Su Luan simply ignored it. Since he had decided to strike, he wouldn't hesitate anymore. His body had already appeared in front of Pang Haian and grabbed at the other party. A Saint Realm powerhouse struck out, suppressing with a thunderous force, leaving Pang Haian, the newly promoted half-step Saint Realm, powerless to resist. It was as if he was like a flat boat, rocking under the great winds and waves. Pang Haian glared angrily at Suluan. He watched as the other party approached, but there was nothing he could do. When Suluan's hand was about to grab Pang Haian, a huge force suddenly descended on him. This was? Suluan only felt his body fall back uncontrollably. Boom! It directly crashed into the wall of the precious living room, knocking a large hole in the sturdy wall. This collision also caused a violent shaking of all the buildings in the entire Treasure Bowl merchant house, as if it was an earthquake. It was evident that the force was great. It was not something that an ordinary person could withstand. Lin Dong was anxiously waiting for news from Su Xueling in his room. He also felt the shaking of the buildings under his feet. What is going on? Lin Dong's heart tightened. It felt that things were a little bad. It could not be that the Jiang family had started attacking, could it? Right now, his strength had not yet broken through the true saint level, so if he fought, it would be troublesome. Between the half-step true saint level and the true saint level, it appeared that there was only a step away, but it was not comparable at all. 10 half-step true saint level would not be a match for 1 early true saint level. Not to mention that the 2 true saint levels from the Jiang clan were by no means as simple as the early stages. What to do? What to do? Lin Dong thought anxiously in his heart. He was eager to know what had happened. He did not dare to release his spiritual energy to check out for fear of attracting the attention of the true saint level. He could only be in a hurry in his room. Right. Lin Dong thought of someone. Chen Jingzihan. Wasn't he outside? Should know what's going on. Just ask him. He hurriedly contacted Chen Jingzihan. However, the answer received was that everything was normal outside and the Jiangsu 2 families were still in the middle of a confrontation and were not at war. Only then did Lin Dong let out a sigh of relief. It was good that there was no fighting. As long as another day passes. As soon as the Divine Magnificence points arrived. He was not even afraid of the Jiang family's true saint level coming. Chapter 995, Pangtong. In the meeting room of the Treasure Bowl Merchant Guild, Suluan stepped out from the hole in the wall. The defense of the saint body was very strong. He didn't suffer much damage. However, his expression was a bit grave. To be able to conceal his senses and strike at the critical moment to send him flying. This person's strength was terrifying. One had to know that even a peak pseudo-saint level, or even a half-step true saint level, would not be able to completely avoid Suluan's senses. And yet, this person could. It meant that his strength had probably exceeded the pseudo-saint level and reached the true saint level. A true saint level powerhouse was bound to cause a stir wherever he appeared. The Pang clan had actually sent a true saint level powerhouse to protect Pang Haian. Indeed, it was a family with a strong heritage. Worthy of being one of the 6 top forces in the Star Void realm. After Suluan stepped out of the hole, his eyes stared deathly at the old man who had suddenly appeared beside Pang Haian. Pang Tong. Suluan shouted out the old man's name. Suluan. How dare you strike against the first heir of my Pang family? Is the Su family trying to revolt? Pang Tong scolded sternly. Pang Tong, you've been hiding in the shadows, don't you know what Pang Haian said? If this is the first heir your Pang family has raised to represent the entire Pang family, then my Su family will not serve. Suluan said forcefully. The entire Su family had been called a dog by Pang Haian. If this was the case, Suluan was pretending not to know. How could he still have the face to return to the Su family? What face would there be to meet the Su family's true saint-level ancestors? Suluan, what do you mean? Could it be that your Su family wants to break away from my Pang family? What? Do you want to fly solo now that you've gotten your wings? I'm telling you, that's impossible. Your Pang family has treated my Su family like a dog, and we're still licking our faces and continuing to serve you masters? That's just something Haian said casually, it can't be taken seriously. Casual remarks? I see that's what's really going on in the hearts of all of you Pang family members. Suluan sneered. Suluan, don't find nothing to worry about and spit blood. Haian is still young, sometimes it's inevitable that he won't be able to control his emotions and say something angry. You're a big old man, why do you still care with him in general? Pang Tong frowned and said. Pang Tong, you are really standing on your words. I admit that the Su family did borrow your momentum to get to where we are today, but everything in the Treasure Basin Merchant Company is the result of my Su family's old ancestors' personal efforts to develop it step by step to where it is now, and over the years, how many resources and wealth has our Su family sent to your Pang family? I didn't realize that in the eyes of your Pang family, we are just a dog. It's really too chilling. I will bring this sentence back to the family as it is, so that the true saint ranked ancestors can hear what kind of family your Pang family really is. Suluan was filled with rage. You. Pang Tong actually couldn't find the words to reply for a moment. What Pang Haian had just said was indeed a bit excessive. Although in their hearts, the Su family was a dog. But it was always not a good thing to say. The scene was quiet for a while. No one continued to speak. Suluan kept an extremely angry expression on his face as he stared at Pang Tong and Pang Haian across from him. It was quite impressive for him to be able to dislike a true saint-level powerhouse to the point of being speechless. Of course, this also had the reason that Pang Tong didn't want to make a big deal out of it. Otherwise, he could have wasted Suluan when he struck out at Pang Haian, instead of just knocking the other party away. Pang Haian's status in the Pang family was very high. Not only was it as simple as an heir, but it was also someone who was valued by the Saint King-level old ancestors. He could not be harmed in any way. The Su family's 3 true saint-level powerhouses were not vegetarians either, even if 2 of them were seriously injured. This was also a very powerful force. Thus, Pang Tong did not dare to lay a deadly hand on Suluan. Pang Haian, who was standing beside Pang Tong, actually did not expect it. The family would send Pang Tong's old ancestor, a true saint-level powerhouse, to secretly protect his safety. It really made him somewhat flattered. This was a true saint level. In the Star Void realm, the status was very high. It was in existence second only to the Saint King level. Pang Haian watched as neither elder ancestor Pang Tong nor Suluan said anything. The atmosphere was a little weird. After thinking about it, he opened his mouth to break the silence. Loudly reprimanding, he said, unbridled. Suluan, you have great guts, but you're only a mere pseudo-saint level. How dare you talk to old ancestor Pang Tong like this? You're simply looking for death. Shut up. Pang Haian, this is a conversation between saint realms, you are not qualified to interrupt. Wait until you reach the saint realm sometime. Suluan immediately countered. I'm not qualified? What a joke, Suluan, you're just living some more years than me. In terms of talent, I can shake you off by 10 streets. It won't be long before I step into the sage realm, and when I reach your age, I'll be able to pinch you to death with a single finger. Since you know I'm older than you, is this how you treat your elders? The Pang family is one of the 6 top forces in the Star Void realm, and they teach a contraption like you? You're not afraid of being laughed at when you spread the word. Who dares to laugh? I'll destroy whoever dares to laugh at me. Pang Haian said boldly. Pang Haian, you're too conceited. The Star Void realm isn't dominated by your Pang family, and amongst the younger generation, you're still far from being the same. I can clearly tell you right now that with this amount of strength, you're not even worthy of lifting someone's shoes. Suluan sneered. The someone he was talking about was naturally Lin Dong. With Lin Dong being less than 1,000 years old. To be able to reach the Saint realm, Pang Haian was indeed not even worthy of lifting his shoes. However, Pang Haian did not know that. After hearing Suluan's words, he could not help but laugh madly. Ha 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 ha. Suluan, is your brain out of whack, or is it just wattage? Who doesn't know that amongst the young generation of the Star Void realm, the 6 Jia are the most important? No one can come out on top of them, and I, Pang Haian, am the youngest half-step Saint realm amongst the 6 Jia, so even if you say that I'm the number 1 of the young generation of the Star Void realm, it wouldn't be too much of a stretch to say that I'm not worthy of lifting my shoes with someone now? Who would believe that? With this one sentence, you're not only denying me, you're also denying all the celestial pride of the entire Star Void realm. Suluan shook his head. In his heart, he could not help but sigh. Before he had met Lin Dong, he actually thought the same way. The 6 Jia were the facade bearers of the younger generation of the Starry Void realm. However, after meeting Lin Dong, only then did Suluan understand what it meant to be outside of the crowd and outside of the sky. It was not only Pang Haian. Even if all 6 Jia were added together. In Lin Dong's hands, he would not be able to walk for more than 3 moves. This was the difference between the half-step Saint Realm and the Saint Realm. It seems that there is only a half-step difference. In reality, the difference is as small as 1,000 miles. Pang Haian, ignorance isn't scary, scary ignorance is still so righteous and self-righteous, just wait. Soon you'll know what a truly demonic person is. I'm afraid that by then you'll feel despair. Su Luan said calmly. He now had no heart to continue arguing with Pang Haian. It was really unnecessary. With Pang Haian's ego. Once he saw someone like Lin Dong, who made him unable to see any hope of catching up, his confidence would immediately collapse. Then, he would receive a huge stimulus and would never be able to recover. Chapter 996, The Chang Family Makes a Move. Regarding Su Luan's words, Pang Haian absolutely did not believe it. Thinking that the other party had said it, he was trying to mess with his own Tao. He wasn't the only one who didn't believe it. Pang Tong didn't believe it either. Pang Haian was someone that the old ancestor valued. With old ancestors' Saint King level strength, anyone that his old man valued was bound to be no worse. It was understandable for someone to be stronger than Pang Haian. But to say that Pang Haian wasn't worthy of lifting a young man's shoes, this would be a bit too much of an exaggeration. Su Luan, don't say those useless things. What demonic person, what feeling of despair? If you have the ability, just name this person. I want to see who can actually make me experience despair. Pang Haian said with a face full of disbelief. I said, you will know soon. It's useless to tell you now, you won't be able to see it anyway. You. Pang Haian just wanted to continue to dislike him back. It was interrupted by a voice. Alright, Haian, stop talking for now. Pang Tong stopped the two from arguing. Now was not the time to theorize about those. The most important thing at the moment. One must not let what Pang Haian had just said about treating the Su clan like a dog fall into the ears of the Su clan's true saint-level powerhouses. Otherwise, the consequences could be very serious. Treating the entire Su family like a dog. Wasn't that treating the Su family true saint-level powerhouses as dogs as well? The same true saint-level powerhouse. Pang Tong knew. If it was himself, I would not be able to endure it. If the person who said this does not pay the price, where is the majesty of a true saint-level powerhouse? Even the pseudo-saint level cannot be insulted. True saint level was even more needless to say. Su Luan, what exactly do you want? Pang Tong asked in a deep voice. What do I want? I still want to ask what your Pang family wants. Pang Haian came here for no reason and called my Su family a dog race by your Pang family. I just wanted to teach him a lesson and was even injured by this true saint level of yours. Tell me, what does your Pang family want? Su Luan questioned loudly. The Su family had the upper hand in this matter. He wasn't afraid of Pang Tong, a true saint level. I just said, Haian is still young people. Speaking and doing things are easy to be impulsive and reckless, this is understandable. Pang Tong explained once again. I can understand other things, but calling my Su family a dog is something I can't understand. I believe everyone in my Su family can't understand. Then what do you want before you stop? Pang Tong asked with a frown. Since Pang Haian dares to say it, then let him go and explain to the 3 true saint-level ancestors of my Su family what it means that the Su family is a dog raised by the Pang family. Su Luan, you have to think clearly. This matter coming to an end here in your place is the best way to deal with it. Once it becomes a big deal, the ones who will lose face will be you guys. If you let your Su family's 3 true saint-ranked ancestors know about it, at that time, when the 2 families clash, the ones who will suffer will be you guys as well, so why bother? Pang Tong patiently persuaded. He was also betting that Su Luan was unwilling to see the 2 great families go to war. There's nothing wrong with going to war now, sooner or later there will be that day anyway. Su Luan said in a cold voice. Pang Tong naturally understood the meaning of these words. But at the moment, he could only pretend not to know. The Pang family was not ready yet, and the program had not been passed yet, so it was not appropriate to make a move against the Su family now. In case the Sacred Alliance stepped in at that time, it would be troublesome. How about this? Su Luan, I'll have Haian sincerely apologize to you, and this matter will end here. No one is allowed to mention it again or spread it out. What do you think? Pang Tong spoke out a solution. Su Luan was silent. His mind was constantly thinking about the pros and cons of this matter. If it was spread back to the Su family, the war between the two families would probably come earlier. The Pang family wasn't prepared and didn't want to make a move now. The Su family was similarly unprepared. Because of Lin Dong's matter, the Su family had already had two voices and had begun to slowly split. Now colliding with the Pang family would obviously be more of an endeavor for the Su family. But just letting Pang Haian go like this, Su Luan would not be willing to do so either. So he replied, since it's an apology, it won't do without some sincerity. What sincerity do you want? Pang Tong asked. Su Luan uttered these words. It proved that he didn't want to make a fish out of water between the two sides right now either. Pang Tong was instantly relieved. For the two clans to go to war right now was going to ruin the Pang clan's plans. When the time came, the old ancestor would pursue the matter. He would have to bear a great deal of responsibility. After all, he was the one who was secretly protecting Pang Haian, but he hadn't stopped Pang Haian from saying the kind of words that insulted a true saint-level powerhouse. I want Pang Haian to kneel down and apologize to me. I won't pursue this matter of him calling my Su family a dog anymore. Su Luan's words had just fallen. Impossible. Delusional. Pang Tong and Pang Haian spoke out at the same time, directly rejecting him. Impossible? Then we'll have to have my Su family's true saint-ranked ancestor step in. Su Luan said seriously. Su Luan, don't go too far. Me agreeing to apologize to you is already enough to give you face, and wanting me to kneel is simply delusional. Pang Haian had an angry face. In his entire life, he had only ever knelt in front of a Saint King level ancestor of the Pang clan. To have him kneel to a tiny pseudo-saint level was a complete insult to his character. It was simply impossible. Pang Tong also added at this time, Su Luan, Pang Haian is my Pang family's first heir, the future family head, and someone that my Pang family's Saint King ranked old ancestor holds in high regard. He's not just representing him personally right now, it's my entire Pang family, and kneeling for something like this is absolutely impossible. Since Pang Haian can represent your Pang family, can I understand that the words he just insulted the egregious Su family were also meant by your Pang family? Su Luan sneered. Su Luan, don't steal concepts. It's unrealistic to ask Haian to kneel, just an ordinary apology. Accept it if you want to, if not, my Pang family is waiting for the 3 true saint levels of your Su family to come to your door. Pang Tong was also angry. He was too lazy to continue with the nonsense. If Su Luan was determined to pass it back to the Su family, it was useless to say anymore. If the Su family dared to strike first, then implement the plan ahead of time and directly take down the other party. The big deal was to lose some more. It couldn't be helped. Who let this guy Pang Haian fail to keep his mouth shut? Su Luan didn't answer again. He just quietly looked at Pang Tong and Pang Haian. The gazes of the three intertwined. The scene once again fell into silence. The atmosphere was slowly becoming more and more grave again. Su Luan's next decision. It was likely to affect the future of the two families. In this grave atmosphere. Rumble. A loud bang suddenly appeared in the sky. It broke the tranquility of the place. The three of them simultaneously raised their heads to the sky. Although there was an obstruction from the roof. But the trio's spiritual power had been released, and they could view the situation in the sky just the same. Before they could figure out what was going on. After the loud noise, a person's voice appeared immediately afterward. Su Luan, hand over Lin Dong to me, or else don't blame me for raising your treasure basin merchant company to the ground. Su Luan's eyes shrank. In his heart, he felt a great sense of misfortune. Another true saint level. Chapter 997, Zhongchuan Dome. Central Divine Continent Western Region. The 47th large-scale trade area. Above the Jubilee Trading House. A middle-aged man stood above the sky. He did not hide his power in the slightest. A frightening aura emanated from his body. True saint level. This middle-aged man was actually a true saint-level powerhouse. Such a shocking scene caused the countless people gathered around the Treasure Basin Merchant Company to become excited. They had actually seen a living true saint-level powerhouse. This was the strongest battle force below the Saint King level in the Star Void realm. Countless people looked to the sky with adoring gazes. although just the aura emanating from the other party made them not dare to look directly at it. Yet, it still couldn't stop everyone's hearts of worship. That man was simply too dazzling. The crowd of people from the Zhang clan below had long since fallen into a frenzy. Their own true saint-level ancestor had arrived. How could they not go crazy and get excited? They were just short of shouting loudly for fear of affecting the old ancestor. Jiangchuan Dome stood in the air. The position was exactly above the head of the Treasure Basin Merchant Company. He had come this time. It was to solve the problem that the Jiang family had not been able to deal with. The first and second two heirs died. The Jiang family was surprisingly still babbling here. I don't know what these people down there are thinking. If it's time to take action, then take action. Where's all the nonsense? If Jiang Kuan hadn't sent the news back. If it wasn't for Jiang Kuan sending word back that Lin Dong, the murderer of Jiang Tianshang, the first heir of the Jiang family, was at the Treasure Basin Trading House, being protected by the Su family, and that the Su family wasn't ready to hand him over, Jiang Chuanqiu wouldn't even know about this. Jiang Chuan Dome did not even know about this. A Sunset family like the Su family dared to go against the Jiang family? Even without the Pang family's suppression, the Jiang family wouldn't be afraid of the Su family. Although the Su family had 3 true saint levels and the Jiang family only had 2. However, of the Su family's 3 true saint ranked powerhouses, 2 of them had not recovered from serious injuries, and it was hard to say how many % of their strength could be utilized. The Jiang family's 2 true saint rankers could both be healthy and could exert 10% of their battle strength. Without the influence of external forces, the 2 clans would have to fight to know who would lose and who would win. The current situation was: the Pang family wanted the money tree of the Treasure Bowl Merchant Company in the Su family's hands. The 2 families would inevitably end up breaking up. The Jiang family and the Jiang family, on the other hand, are getting closer. Under this circumstance, the Su family will have no choice but to fight with the Jiang family. What qualifications does the Su family have to go against the Jiang family? Is it really know that we'll die, want to pull a mat? But the Su family also do not think. Want to pull the Chang family as the back. They must also have the strength to do so. With Jiang Chuan Dome's temper, he will not worry about this, worry about that. When it's time to strike, he will strike. At this time, a silhouette came up from the ground. It was none other than Jiang Kuan, the Jiang clan's pseudo-saint level powerhouse. Old ancestor. Jiang Kuan came to Jiang Chuanxiang's side and shouted respectfully. The 2 of them had a middle-aged appearance and an elderly appearance. It looked like Jiang Kuan was older. But in reality, Jiang Chuanxiang was much older than Jiang Kuan. This was due to the fact that Jiang Chuanxiang had once taken an extremely rare heavenly treasure, which had led to the changes in his body. In fact, the vast majority of Saint Realm powerhouses, with regards to their appearance, went with the flow and would not take the initiative to change it. They focused more on strength. The physical body was nothing more than a skin. According to ancient records, going with the flow of nature would make it easier to attain the Tao and perceive the heavens and earth. Cultivation would also be faster. Only a very few saint realms would care about appearance and would try to find all sorts of heavenly materials to change it. Jiang Chuan Dome was clearly one of them. Jiang Kuan, how did you do your job? Since you've determined that the murderer is down here, why haven't you done anything yet? The family left the matter in your hands, and this is how you bluff. In front of so many people, the face of the Jiang family is going to be lost to you. Jiang Chuan Dome questioned. Old ancestor is mistaken. I've already approached Su Luan and asked him for someone, but he wouldn't give it. At that time, people from the Sacred Alliance were also present, and Su Luan admitted that Lin Dong was at the Treasure Basin Merchant Company, but just wouldn't hand it over, so what could I do? Jiang Kuan said in an aggravated manner. You can't do anything if others don't hand it over? You won't capture it yourself? Old ancestor. You don't know, after all, this is the Western District, it is the Su family's main battlefield, the forces we dispatched are not enough, if we force our hands, it will only result in a lose-lose situation, and my Jiang family's losses will be even greater, that's why I sent the news back to the family to request for support. I didn't think that your old man had come, this time we can give the Su family a good look, so that they will know what happens when they offend my Jiang family. Jiang Kuan explained. Jiang Chuan Dome hummed and did not continue to speak. It was considered an approval of Jiang Kuan's statement. On someone else's territory, not having enough strength naturally could not bring about any benefits. If one moved and ended up losing, that would be a true disgrace. Jiang Chuandong liked to use his fists to reason. However, he would not be so arrogant as to seek out someone stronger than himself. Jiang Kuan also secretly breathed a sigh of relief, quietly wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. If he couldn't satisfy this old ancestor today, the days ahead would be difficult. Jiang Chuandong was once a notorious fighting maniac with a violent temper. Regardless of whether he was right or wrong, he would fight first. In his conception, the big fist is the reason. Fight at the drop of a hat. If you convince your opponent, you become reasonable even if you are not reasonable. If you can't be convinced, then just beat him to death. Jiang Kuan really does not understand. How did the family let his old man come out? Of course, if Jiang Chuanxiang himself wanted to come, no one could stop him. Neither could the other true saint-level elder of the Jiang family. The conversation between the two was blocked by them and did not reach the bottom. The people at the bottom could only see the two people in the air talking. As for what was being talked about, no one knew. The Holy Alliance's Mo Bei was also there. He looked at Jiang Chuandong in the air. His brows unconsciously wrinkled together. Why did this guy come? I'm afraid this is going to be troublesome today. In case Jiang Chuanxiang really injured Lin Dong, he would draw out that master behind Lin Dong who was hiding in the dark. Things would be even more uncontrollable. Desert North brainstormed about what was about to happen next. Jiang Chuanxiang captured Lin Dong and seriously injured or even killed him under the watchful eyes of these countless people as a way to redeem the face of the Jiang family. At the same time, everyone was warned. Offending the Jiang family, this was the end. Then Lin Dong's master teacher learned of this matter. With boundless anger, he traveled to the Jiang family and started a great battle with the two true saint levels of the Jiang family, as well as all the pseudo-saint levels. According to Desolation's speculation, there was a very high possibility that Lin Dong's master was a Saint King level. A Saint King level powerhouse who was in a rage after his personal disciple was killed. At most, the Jiang family would step in to persuade and make peace, and it was expected that they would not come to their aid. The end result would most likely lead to the destruction of the Jiang family. The repercussions of that would be huge. I can't. We have to inform the Sacred Alliance about this as soon as possible. This matter had completely exceeded Ma Bei's capabilities. With the strength of a pseudo-saint level, he was not even qualified to intervene in this matter. Chapter 998, Handing Over Lin Dong. Jiang Chuanxiang and Jiang Kuan stood above the Treasure Basin Merchant Company, waiting for the Su family's reply. Soon, under the gazes of countless people, three silhouettes quickly rushed out from the Poly Treasure Basin Merchant House's complex. However, these three people did not stand together, but instead split into two teams. On one side was Su Luan alone. On the other side were Pang Tong and Pang Haian. The three family members, Pang, Jiang, and Su, stood in the air as if they were a trio, gazing at each other. At the moment Pang Tong appeared, Jiang Chuanxiang had been staring at the other party. As a true saint-level powerhouse, only Pang Tong, who was also at the true saint level, could be taken seriously by him. It was just that Jiang Chuanxiang didn't expect it. There was actually a true saint level hidden in the Treasure Basin Merchant Company. Jiang Chuanxiang, Pang Tong. The two true saint level powerhouses reported each other's names. I didn't expect even you to be here, Jiang Chuanxiang said with a gloomy face. The Pang family was the Su family's backer. Although the Pang family was ambitious and these two families would break up sooner or later, they hadn't torn their faces apart yet after all. And of the six top powers, the Pang family and the Jiang family had a gap. Any way you look at it, Pang Tong was also aiming at him, Jiang Chuanxiang. It was just that what Jiang Chuanxiang couldn't figure out was, how did Pang Tong know that he would come? Or was he waiting here early? Jiang Chuanxiang could not help but have questions in his mind at this time. Who exactly was this Lin Dong? He was clearly a brat who was not even 1,000 years old. Being at the true saint level, his own personal presence still suffered resistance early on. There was Pang Tong. Don't think that you can easily catch Lin Dong today. If you, Jiang Chuandong, can come, why can't I come? Pang Tong coldly shot back. The two families were not on good terms in the first place. There was no need to be polite with Jiang Chuanxiong. Pang Tong, you're going to meddle in the affairs between my Jiangsu family? Well, Chuanxiong asked in a deep voice. Even though the facts were in front of him, he still couldn't help but ask. However, he didn't expect Pang Tong's answer to be out of Jiang Chuanxiong's expectation. No, no, no. You've misunderstood. My Pang family is not involved in the affairs of your two families. I'm just here to watch the fun. Pang Tong suddenly replied with a smile. If there hadn't been the conflict with Su Luan just now, it caused the two families to nearly tear each other apart. He really wouldn't have allowed Jiang Chuandong to spread their wildness here. But it was different now. Since Su Luan was so hardened, he wanted to spread what Hao Tian said back to the Su family. Then let him deal with Jiang Chuanxiong himself. It's just the right time to see the action. If the two big families of Jiang and Su were to go to full-scale war, it's best if they both lose. The Pang family can use this opportunity to take down the Su family in one fell swoop. This will also minimize losses. Why not be happy about it? Oh? You won't intervene? Jiang Chuanxiong was obviously a little less convinced. Of course. Can't you see that we're all standing separately? That should already speak volumes. His Su family's affairs, deal with them on their own, I'm just passing by here to see what's going on. Pang Tong said with intent. Jiang Chuandong looked at Pang Tong and then at Su Luan, who was standing on the other side. It was only then that he realized that something seemed to have really gone wrong with the relationship between these two families. Could it be that the Pang family and the Su family had broken up? I hadn't heard about it. For something this big, it's impossible that not a single whisper has leaked out. It shouldn't have completely torn them apart yet. The probability is that the Su family was trying to protect themselves and the Pang family found out. In other words, the two families have already shown signs of breaking up. It was estimated that it wouldn't be long before they completely tore their faces off. Pang Tong, this is what you said about not interfering, in front of so many people from the Star Void realm. I hope that you will honor your word. That's natural. Receiving an affirmative answer from Pang Tong, Jiang Chuanxiong shifted his gaze towards Su Luan and spoke. Su Luan, hand over Lin Dong, then apologize to my Jiang family in front of everyone. This matter will be put to rest, and we will no longer pursue your Su family's responsibility. How about it? No, how? Su Luan calmly replied. Are you rejecting me? Jiang Chuandong froze for a moment, then reacted and asked in a gloomy tone. Lin Dong is a valued guest of my treasure bowl merchant firm. Unless he walks out on his own, no one will be able to take him here. Su Luan replied. In other words, you think that I cannot take him away either? You can't take him unless you step over my body. I'm curious. Su Luan, do you think I don't dare? Or do you think I don't have the strength? Jiang Chuandong asked with interest. A mere pseudo-saint level. Who was he to say such words in front of him, a true saint level? If Pang Tong was in the Su family's camp, it was still uncertain if he could take away Lin Dong. But now Pang Tong had made it clear that he would not participate. Where did Su Luan get the courage? I think you will regret it. Su Luan still answered inexplicably. It left many people puzzled. Only Ma Bei was able to understand these words. This was because amongst these people, he was the only one who knew Lin Dong's strength and the background behind him. If Jiang Chuandong really moved Lin Dong today, wouldn't he regret it when Lin Dong's master teacher came looking for him? At that time, not only him, the entire Jiang family would follow and suffer. Su Luan, you are too confident. Today, even if I raze this place to the ground and take Lin Dong away, your Su family may not dare to engage in a full-scale war with my Jiang family. Do you believe it or not? Jiang Chuandong said with a cold smile. Pang Tong's behavior today had already indicated the Pang and Su families had reached the brink of a break. Jiang Chuanxiong didn't believe that the Su family would still dare to throw everything they had into going to war with the Jiang family at this point in time. Thus, he was perfectly capable of striking out today without any regard. I believe. But I can guarantee that you will regret for everything you did today just the same, and it won't be for too long, so I hope that you will be able to bear it by then. Su Luan's expression was still so calm. He knew that he couldn't possibly be Jiang Chuanxiong's opponent. The gap between the two sides was too great. But equally, he knew that Jiang Chuanxiong would not kill him. So just do your best to stop it. Leave the rest to fate. Even if something happened to Lin Dong, his master could not blame the Su family. Instead, the Jiang family would suffer extinction. But in this way, the Su family's hopes of getting rid of the Pang family would be dashed. Su Luan still did not want anything to happen to Lin Dong. Very well. Since you are so confident, then I would like to see how you make me regret it. Zhang Chuandong finished his sentence. A cold light flashed in his eyes and his aura surged once again as he asked sternly, Su Luan, I will give you one last chance. Lin Dong, will you hand over or not? The sky was plunged into an eerie tranquility. All of the Jiang family members below were fervently looking at the incomparably domineering Zhang Chuandong. This was the might of a true saint-level powerhouse. The only way to compare it was to be at the same true saint level. The pseudo-saint level was simply not qualified. On the other hand, the Su family members pinched a sweat for Su Luan. They were afraid that Zhang Chuanxiong would directly strike out to exterminate him. It was still easy for a true saint level to kill a pseudo-saint level. Everyone else had a look of watching the show. The collision of two great clans. This kind of good show was a rare occurrence in 10,000 years. They weren't the least bit worried about being implicated. There were far too many people gathered at this place. There were all kinds of forces. Together with Pang Haian, one of the six Jia, he had also brought most of the heavenly pride of the Star Void realm. With all the forces behind these people added up, the Star Void realm was afraid that they would all be overthrown. Zhang Chuanxiong wasn't stupid. Even if he made a move, he would avoid the crowd below. Chapter 999, Removing the Veil. The sound of Zhang Chuanxiong and the others talking in the air naturally could not be concealed from Lin Dong. The perception of the sage realm was very strong. Even if Lin Dong did not release his spiritual power, he could still hear their conversation just the same. When Zhang Chuandong had just arrived over the Treasure Basin Merchant Company and shouted out for Su Luan to hand over Lin Dong knew that this person's strength had definitely reached the true saint level. Moreover, it was not as simple as the early stage of the true saint level. It was really because the opposing party was emitting too much pressure. The arrival of the Zhang clan's true saint level. Immediately, Lin Dong became an ant on a hot pan, walking back and forth in the room, praying in his heart that Su Shueling would hurry up. Don't ever wait for the other party to have struck and not yet completed the transaction, or just completed the transaction and not yet had time to ascend. No matter which situation, it would all make one unable to resist cursing. The current Lin Dong could not yet resist the true saint level. Especially since Zhang Chuanxiong's strength was more than just the early stage of the true saint level. Su Shueling's side also heard Zhang Chuanxiong's voice. It was precisely at this time that after her tireless efforts day and night, she had finally completed the clearing task. Immediately afterward, she could not wait to contact Lin Dong. When Lin Dong received Su Shueling's message, a light flashed in his eyes and he almost jumped up in excitement. It should not be too late if Su Luan delayed a little longer. Cutting off the connection with Lin Dong, Su Shueling immediately contacted Su Jingyuan. The two rushed to Lin Dong's room together. The Jiang family's true saint level had come to attack. Old ancestor Su Luan was no match. It would not be safe here. Su Jingyuan was also panicking in his heart. As Lin Dong waited anxiously. Knock, knock, knock. A knock sounded on the door. He instantly came behind the door and opened the door to the room. Su Shueling was holding a stack of information in her hands and was standing outside with Su Jingyuan. Miss Su, Governor Su, please come in quickly. Lin Dong hurriedly said. The two entered the room. Su Jingyuan said, Mr. Lin, I believe you have heard about the sudden arrival of Zhang Chuanxiong, a true saint-level powerhouse from the Zhang family. I heard that, Governor Su. Let's not talk about that right now, let's finish the deal first. So that I can deliver to my master before I can make any conditions. Where did Lin Dong have the heart to talk about this right now? The fire was burning up to his eyebrows. Completing the deal, obtaining divine magnificence points, and improving his strength was the big thing. Everything else would be discussed after the crisis was resolved. Seeing Lin Dong in such a hurry, Su Jingyuan had originally wanted to talk about the situation he was currently facing. As a result, he only replied with one word. Good. Then he let Su Shueling prepare the information. All 301 branches of the Treasure Basin Merchant Company, together with the various resources stored within, were sold to Lin Dong. Each one of them was a sale and purchase agreement, which clearly stated the location, the area covered, and the resources stored. A whole page full of paper was written. All of these needed to be signed by Lin Dong and Su Jingyuan. Su Shueling originally wanted to introduce it to Lin Dong. However, Lin Dong did not have the heart to listen at all. Even when he was not in a hurry, he would not listen to this. Not to mention the fact that the enemy was now at his door. Su Jingyuan and Lin Dong began to sign one by one and stamped their handprints. The 301-point agreement was quickly signed. In the end, Su Shueling totaled it up. It was a total of 205 trillion star yuan coins. This amount did not reach the 230 trillion that Lin Dong was expecting. He would not be able to ascend to the peak of the True Saint level. It could only reach the late True Saint level. 2,500,000 Divine Magnificence points were added to Lin Dong's original 660,000. It all added up to 2,711,000. 2 million was used to break through the physique and spiritual strength to the True Saint level. The remaining 711,000 could continue to raise his physique to the 8th rank of the True Saint level. The corresponding strength was the late True Saint level. Although it was not enough to be expected. However, it was completely sufficient for Lin Dong to get rid of the current crisis. Su Shueling then provided Lin Dong with a public account number of the Treasure Basin Merchant Company. Lin Dong utilized the system and transferred all the money into it. The money was also transferred. The words were also signed. The handprint was also stamped. Since then, the transaction between Lin Dong and the Treasure Bowl Merchant Company was completed. Not caring that Su Shueling and Su Jingyuan were still in the room, he could not wait to open the system. The previous ones were directly ignored. Jumping directly to the last column. Divine Greatness Points, 2715348. A flash of surprise appeared in Lin Dong's eyes. With the completion of the transaction, the Divine Greatness Points had arrived. Then he could raise his strength next. Lin Dong just giggled as he looked straight at the column of Divine Greatness Points on the system panel in front of him. And opposite him was Su Shueling. Su Jingyuan and Su Shueling could not see Lin Dong's system. What they saw was only Lin Dong staring at Su Shueling and laughing. And it was laughing so happily. Su Shueling locked eyes with Lin Dong. She realized that Lin Dong's smile was from the heart and his eyes were filled with sincerity. This made Su Shueling's face, which was full of collagen under the veil, flushed with 2 blushes, and her heart was also thumping non-stop. In her mind, she kept thinking. Why is Lin Dong staring at himself and smiling? Could it be that he likes himself? But he has not seen his true face yet. If he wanted to confess now, what should he do? Lin Dong was a Saint Realm powerhouse. There is also a Saint King level master behind him. The family should not oppose it. The more she thought, the redder Su Shueling's face became. Su Jingyuan also noticed that something was wrong with the two of them at this time. What was this doing? Frowning at each other? It was also too blatant. With regards to Lin Dong, Su Jingyuan's impression was still very good. He was clearly young and had the strength of the Sage Realm, yet he was excessively low-key. There were also none of those Saint Realm's faults. Unlike that Pang Haian who was one of the 6 masters of the Star Void Realm. Just breaking through the half-step Saint Realm. He had to convene some kind of grand event. It was as if he wanted the entire Star Void Realm to know about it. The key was that Lin Dong's identity was not simple. The personal disciple of a Saint King level powerhouse. This name was bluffing enough. If Shueling were to combine with Lin Dong, then Lin Dong would have absolutely no reason not to help the Su family. When Lin Dong himself became a Saint King rank in the future, the Su family would then have a Saint King rank son-in-law. Such a relationship would be absolutely unbreakable. At that time, who would still dare to spy on the Su family's wealth and disrespect the Su family? Thinking of this, Su Jingyuan did not move and glanced at Su Shueling, quietly passing over a look. It meant that you must grasp this man. He will be your chance to change your destiny and change the fate of the Su family. Su Shueling had followed Su Jingyuan for many years. Naturally, she could understand the meaning. she silently removed her veil, letting Lindong have a clear look. This was the first time Su Xueling had removed her veil in front of outsiders after her engagement with Pang Haian. Under the veil was a face that was so beautiful and white that it seemed as if water could be pinched out of it, and at this time, there was also a hint of redness, adding a few more points of temptation. For her own appearance, Su Xueling had absolute confidence. Lindong was a little mesmerized as he looked at the numbers of the Divine Magnificence points. When he came back to his senses, he realized that Su Jingyuan and Su Xueling were still in the room. He hurriedly put away the system panel. The next thing that entered his eyes was Su Jingyuan's appearance after removing her veil. It was stunning. Lindong's first feeling. However, at the same time, he was also a little puzzled. What was Su Xueling doing removing her veil for good reason? So he asked, "Miss Su, why did you take off your veil?" "Huh?" Su Xueling's entire body was in a daze. Chapter 1000 Breakthrough begins. In the sky above the Treasure Bowl Merchant Guild. The tranquil atmosphere did not last long. A Su family member in the crowd then shouted, "Old ancestor, let's hand Lindong over to the Jiang family. He is only a partnership with the Treasure Basin Merchant Company as well, we don't want to fight to the death for a stranger." When one person opened his mouth, there would naturally be a second, a third, and even countless others. "Yes. Ancestor Su Luan. Hand Lindong over, he is not a member of my Su family, there is no need for us to offend the Jiang family for him, right everyone?" "Right. I agree to hand over Lindong." "I also agree." Countless Su family members opened their mouths. All of them expressed that they wanted Elder Su Luan to hand over Lindong. Su Luan swept a glance at the Su family members below and paid no attention. A group of short-sighted fellows. "Old ancestor, I look stupid, don't I? Would I make an enemy of the Jiang family for the sake of a useless stranger? If not for Lindong's own strength at the Saint Realm, plus the Saint King level master behind him, would Su Luan be so reckless in trying to protect him? Su Luan, listen to this. This is the will of your Su family, and now that the people of your Su family are demanding for you to hand over Lindong, do you still want to continue to be obsessive and go against the will of all Su family members?" Zhang Kuan opened his mouth and asked. "I said, unless Lindong walks out on his own, you will never take him away." Even when everyone in the Su family suggested handing over Lindong, Su Luan still did not relent. He knew that with Lindong's sage realm perception, it must have heard the conversation here. How could Su Luan miss this perfect opportunity to curry favor with Lindong? It was just the Jiang family. It was fine to offend. Compared to a demonic person with a promising future and a deep background like Lindong, the Su family would naturally choose Lindong without hesitation. Moreover, Lindong was still the Su family's hope of getting rid of the Pang family. "Su Luan, you are really obstinate. Have you ever thought that the Su family will go to the abyss because of you? This is my Su family's business, it is not your turn as an outsider to worry about it. You old codger." Zhang Kuan cursed in anger. "Old ancestor. We Su family members aren't afraid of fighting, but we don't want to fight for an unrelated person." "Yeah. Old ancestor. Even if we die, we have to die with value, we can't just die for nothing," promised the Jiang family. "Old ancestor. Please think twice." The Su family members began to raise their voices to persuade again. They couldn't figure it out. Why was the old ancestor so dedicated to helping Lindong? He even went so far as to offend a great clan like the Jiang family for his sake. Could it be that Lindong was more important than the entire Su family? "Shut up!" Su Luan loudly chided. These assholes had repeatedly asked to hand Lindong over to the Jiang family. When Lindong heard this, he would definitely be upset. At that time, in case he mentioned it in front of his master. I was afraid that the fate of the Su family would be rewritten once again. Su Luan's words caused the group of Su family members to not dare to continue their persuasion. However, from their eyes, it could be seen. These people were all very unconvinced in their hearts. If they were to die for the glory of the Su family, they would definitely not hesitate. But letting them die for an unrelated stranger, anyone's heart would probably be unwilling. You guys remember, this is not my Su Luan's decision alone, but the decision of the entire Su family. As a member of the Su family, I don't need you to question me. The only thing you have to do is to carry out the family's orders, got it? Su Luan asked loudly. Despite some reluctance, all the Su family members still answered in unison, understood. Jiang Kuan looked at Su Luan with an angry face. Faced with this kind of old stubbornness, he didn't know what he could do to convince, and could only leave it to his old ancestor. Deep within the Jubilee merchant house, the room where Lin Dong was, Su Jingyuan broke the awkward atmosphere and said, Mr. Lin, the transaction has already been completed. However, this is only agreed by my Su family, and has not been recognized by the Sacred Alliance, and the Pang family's old ancestor is the Sacred Alliance's vice-alliance, with immense power. I am afraid that if you want to truly take over these industries in the Gathering Basin merchant firm, you would have to ask your master to come out and make a trip in person before you can do so. Governor Su, rest assured. As long as there is a signature from you, the chief governor, the transaction is considered completed, and it is not his turn to interfere in the matters between us, the Pang family. Lin Dong immediately replied back. The divine greatness points had already arrived. It proved that the system had recognized that the transaction was complete. Whether the Pang family recognized it or not was no longer important. What Lin Dong needed was only divine greatness points anyway. As for the industries that were traded over, as for those properties that were traded over, when his strength went up, would the Pang family still dare not allow him to take over? So very good. Su Jingyuan let out a sigh of relief. After such a long period of time, finally, he had helped Lin Dong complete his mission. He should be able to meet Lin Dong's master next. Hopefully, his efforts had not been in vain. The Su family was able to use this opportunity to get rid of the Pang family's control. While Su Jingyuan was pondering, Lin Dong's voice sounded once again. Governor Su, there is something else I need your help with. Please speak, Mr. Lin. No matter if I can do it or not, I will definitely do my best. Governor Su, you now go out and tell Brother Su Luan that you must ask him to delay a little longer. I will contact my master here. There are some things that I must obtain his old man's permission before I can do. Lin Dong said solemnly. The divine magnificence points were in hand. However, the crisis had not been lifted. He had to use up the divine magnificence points and raise his strength up before he could be considered successful. He could not be disturbed during this period of time. Good. Please rest assured, Mr. Lin. I'll go out and tell Elder Ancestor Su Luan that the Jiang clan wants to capture you unless they kill us all. Su Jingyuan agreed without even thinking. In his opinion, how much time could it take to contact someone? At most, it was only a quarter of an hour. This amount of time was still something that the Su family was able to fight for. However, he did not know that Lin Dong's breakthrough in realm and enhancement of strength could be far more than just a quarter of an hour. Governor Su, don't worry, I, Lin Dong, will remember the favor of the Su family. With these words from Mr. Lin, we are relieved. Until I come out of my own accord, I must not be disturbed. Understood. Su Jingyuan left the room with a blushing Su Shueling. Lin Dong immediately sat on his bed with his knees crossed after the two of them had left, releasing his spiritual energy and wrapping the room to prevent anyone from disturbing it. Then he opened the system panel. He directly tapped on the plus sign behind the column of physique. A window popped up. This breakthrough will consume 1 million divine magnificence points. After the breakthrough, the host's physique will change from pseudo-saint grade 10th order to true saint grade 1st order. Please reconfirm again whether or not the host will break through. Lin Dong chose yes without hesitation. A white light flashed. The system panel disappeared. Closing his eyes, Lin Dong carefully experienced the changes in his body. It did not matter if it was at the pseudo-saint level or true saint level. Both belonged to the saint realm. Lin Dong's body had also long been a saint body. Therefore, this breakthrough would not take very long. Chapter 1001, Stalling for Time. Su Shueling put her veil back on after she left the room. Her mind was still a little confused until now. Just now, Lin Dong was clearly staring at himself obsessively. As a result, after she took off her veil, she had instead made him awake. Could it be that he was disappointed with his looks? It couldn't be. Regarding her own looks, Su Shueling was still very confident. Otherwise, Pang Haian wouldn't have asked himself to wear a veil after the engagement. But now the facts were in front of her. Lin Dong was indeed awake after she removed the veil. It forced Su Xueling to have self-doubt. Just like this, with a heavy heart, Su Xueling followed Su Jingyuan and quickly went up to the top of a pavilion and flew into the air under the watchful eyes of countless people to Su Luan's side. Old ancestor! Old ancestor! The two shouted at the same time. What are you two doing here? Hurry up and go down, Su Luan said with a frown. Zhang Chuandong didn't dare to kill him for fear of causing the Su family's dying counterattack, but it didn't mean that he didn't dare to kill the two juniors, Su Jingyuan and Su Xueling. Old ancestor. Mr. Lin asked me to tell you to help stall for a bit of time as much as possible. He is contacting his master and will soon be able to solve the trouble himself. Su Jingyuan turned his voice into a silk thread that entered Su Luan's ears and did not spread out. This was an exclusive sound transmission method. But it was best to be at close range. At a distance, it would be easy to be halfway robbed to listen. Su Luan's body shook at the words. An astonishing light erupted in his eyes. Lin Dong was contacting his master? That Saint King-level powerhouse hiding in the shadows? In other words, as long as he held on for a little while longer, there would be hope for the Su family? In this instant, Su Luan's entire body was filled with strength. This is true. Su Luan similarly transmitted his voiceover. 1,000 times true. Su Jingyuan replied. Good. I know, you guys hurry down, I'm sufficient here alone. Old ancestor. This is the most critical moment for the Su family, let us accompany you. The arrival of Su Jingyuan and Su Xueling also immediately caught the attention of countless onlookers below. Everyone began to talk one after another. There were those from all parts of the Star Void realm here. There were those who recognized Su Xueling and those who did not. Ha! Isn't that Su Jingyuan, the chief banker of the Treasure Basin Merchant Bank? Who is that other woman with the veil? Looking at that body, I guess it's another absolute beauty. Brother, you don't even know who she is? Which remote area are you from? Is the veiled woman famous? Definitely. That's Su Xueling, the third miss of the Su family, a famous talented woman on the central divine continent, not only talented, but even more so, known as both talented and beautiful. Then why is she wearing a veil? This is something you don't know. I am nicknamed the 100 Knowledge. Allow me to tell you the way inside. See that young man in the Pang family's team? Yes. He is one of the Star Void Realm's 6 masters, the Pang family's first heir, Pang Haian. At such a young age he broke through to the half-step sage realm not long ago, and his popularity can be said to be unrivaled for a while. This I know. Who doesn't recognize young Pang? Get to the point. Pang Xiao and Su family's third Miss Su Xueling are betrothed. In the past, Miss Su had not been wearing a veil. Ever since the two of them were betrothed, Miss Su has been wearing a veil, and it's said that Pang Xiao asked for it, saying that his woman, only he can look at. I see. This is in line with young Pang's character, very domineering. Overbearing is very overbearing, but everyone's welfare is gone. Since then, no matter where Miss Su goes, she always wears a veil. There were quite a few more such murmurs. After Su Xueling came to Su Luan's side, she didn't look at the Jiang family's people, but instead looked at the Pang family on the other side. Her gaze landed on Pang Haian, her nominal fiancé. Sure enough, he had already arrived. It was a good thing that she had already helped Lin Dong complete his mission. As long as Lin Dong's Saint King-level master appeared. When the Su family saw the hope, they would definitely break with the Pang family regardless of the circumstances and choose to boomerang. Then their marriage contract would naturally be broken. Pang Haian also saw Su Xueling. It was only at this time that he remembered. It seemed like he and Su Xueling had a marriage contract. For someone like Pang Haian, a woman was just a tool. Strength and status were the things he pursued. He had both. Would women still be scarce? However, hearing many people below praising Su Xueling, again, it gave Pang Haian a great sense of satisfaction. Su Xueling's veil was indeed something he had asked to be put on. Since as his Pang Haian's fiancée, she had to have the realization that she could only let him be the only one to appreciate it. Su Xueling at this time suddenly made a decision that shocked everyone. She raised her right hand and placed it on her left ear. Then the veil was removed, revealing her peerless face under the veil. A slight smile could touch the hearts of countless men. Su Shueling's move directly stunned everyone present. The scene fell into a short silence. One by one, the men were as if they were livestock. Dumbfounded, they looked at the beautiful figure in the sky. The crowd then immediately erupted with countless gasps and praises. Crap! A peerless beauty. Too beautiful. I haven't seen you for a long time, but I didn't expect Miss Su to be even better than she was back then. It's no more than that for a beautiful country to be in a beautiful city. This time, I really didn't come to the wrong place. It's worth it to see Miss Su's true face. After the admiration, there were also people who questioned. Didn't you just say that Miss Su's fiancé, Mr. Pang, asked her to wear a veil and not allow her to show it to other men? Why did Miss Su take off her veil now? Or in front of young Pang and so many men? Where do I know? Aren't you nicknamed Pepsi? I'm only a jack of all trades, not a jack of all trades. There's always something I don't know. Cut. I think you're just wasting your name. Pang Haian felt his face burning. He hadn't anticipated it at all. Su Shueling actually dared to remove her veil. And that was in front of so many people. Wasn't this clearly embarrassing him? Just now, he was still feeling satisfied because his fiancée was being praised. Immediately, he was slapped in the face. Pang Haian stared at Su Shueling with an ugly face. He really wanted to go over and slap this bitch. Su Shueling, on the other hand, did not fear him in the slightest. In fact, she didn't do this entirely to disgust Pang Haian. It was just to confirm if her charm was still there. What Lin Dong had just done had caused Su Shueling to have self-doubt. She could not wait to see. Was it that she was no longer popular? Disgusting Pang Haian was just incidental. There was also a purpose to help Lin Dong and try to delay a little bit of time. If it was before, Su Shueling would not have dared to do so. Since Lin Dong was already contacting his master now, there were not many scruples. Facts proved. She was still very popular. Every man who saw her for the first time would lose their concentration for a moment. It was just that Su Shueling did not understand. Why was Lin Dong unaffected? Could it be that he preferred himself to wear a veil? What a strange hobby. From Su Jingyuan and Su Shueling coming into the air, to her removing the veil causing a stir. It was all done in a very short period of time. Zhang Chuandong had given Su Luan enough time. It seems that the Su family is determined to protect Lin Dong. Then don't blame him for not being polite. Chapter 1002, Arousing Curiosity. Su Luan. I have already given enough face to your Su family. Since you are still so insistent, then it is not my fault. After Jiang Chuanxiong finished speaking, the aura of the true saint level once again filled the entire arena. It made everyone tremble with fear and excitement at the same time. The true saint level was about to make a move? The collision between the two great clans was about to begin. There was a good show to watch. Jiang Chuandong had learned that the Pang family and the Su family were on the verge of breaking up. He actually didn't want to clash with the Su family at this juncture. But today's situation. But it had to be done. There were too many people gathered here. The Jiang family had even sent out him, a true saint level, and it was absolutely impossible to wimp out. Otherwise the news would immediately spread throughout the entire Star Void realm. The current Jiang family was already humiliated enough. The first and second two heirs had died one after another. So much time has passed now. The murderer has yet to be caught. If we add more to this, the Jiang family is going to become the biggest joke in the Star Void realm. As soon as Jiang Chuandong made a move, the hearts of the three Su Luan immediately lifted. Lin Dong had told them to try to delay for a little while. However, once Jiang Chuanxiong made a move, other than Pang Tong, who was also at the true saint level, there was no one here who could resist. However, it was impossible for Pang Tong to help the Su family. They could only rely on themselves. Just as Jiang Chuanxiong released his true saint level aura. Wait! Su Luan, Su Jingyuan, and Su Shueling all shouted out to stop it at the same time. As soon as they made their voices heard, Jiang Koan immediately sneered. What? Regretting now? Knowing that you're afraid? Who was the one who was so tough just now, saying that unless Lin Dong walked out on his own, no one would ever think of capturing him from the Treasure Basin Merchant Company? He thought that Su Luan must have figured it out and agreed to hand over Lin Dong. Jiang Cohen was not the only one who felt this way. The onlookers on the ground all felt the same way. It was thought that the good show was going to be gone. However, it was not bad to be able to meet Lin Dong, the legend who had suddenly appeared. Most of the people who came here were here to meet Lin Dong. To see what kind of person this kid was. At a mere 1,000 years of age. To be able to make the Zhang clan's true saint-level ancestor personally come out was not something that an ordinary person could do. The Su family members all showed joyful expressions. They thought that old ancestor Su Luan had finally come to his senses. He was willing to hand Lin Dong over to the Zhang family, in order to keep the Su family in peace for the time being. Jiang Cohen, aren't you curious as to why my Su family is fighting so hard to protect Lin Dong? What qualifications does he, a young man who was less than 1,000 years old, have to deserve this? Su Luan asked after some thought. To help Lin Dong stall for time, it was necessary to find a topic. It was still something that everyone was interested in. It was believed that everyone was curious about Lin Dong's identity, including Jiang Chuanxiong. Then let's use this topic to delay for the time being. The moment Su Luan asked this, Jiang Cohen indeed revealed a look of great interest. Even Jiang Chuanxiong beside him was the same. The Su family was so desperate to protect Lin Dong, even going so far as to start a war with the Jiang family. What exactly was it for? This was something that Jiang Chuanxiong had always wondered in his heart. At a level of power like the Su family, no matter what they did, they would weigh the pros and cons, finding the most favorable option to implement. The same was true for the Jiang family. Hence, it was impossible for the Su family to pay such a large price to help Lin Dong for no reason. Something must have happened in it that was not known to outsiders. Perhaps it was because Lin Dong had given the Su family some favor that made them not hesitate to go to war with the Jiang family. Or maybe it was some other benefit. In short, the Su family was bound to have something in mind when they helped Lin Dong. The melon eaters on the ground also revealed curious looks one by one. Since Su Luan had asked this question, the next thing that should be revealed was Lin Dong's peculiarities. They were looking forward to it. I am indeed curious, so tell me, what exactly is the purpose of your Su family in helping Lin Dong? Jiang Kun pursued the question smoothly. To answer this question, we must start with Lin Dong's identity. Su Luan sold a lie. His purpose was to stall for time, not to puzzle these people. As long as Lin Dong came out, the Su family's mission would be accomplished. Lin Dong's identity? As far as I know, Lin Dong is just a brat who appeared out of nowhere. What identity could he have? I have checked all the top-ranked forces in the Star Void realm, and there is simply no one with the surname Lin. Jiang Cohen, do you think that a brat who came out of nowhere can spend 11 trillion star yuan coins with Jiang Tianqing at the auction just because of a fight? That's all real money. How many young people in the Star Void realm can come up with that much money to spend? These words were true. I'm afraid that the only young people who could spend 11 trillion star elemental coins in one go without blinking were the 6 Jia. It wasn't that the others couldn't come up with the money. It was just that they had to weigh whether it was worth it or not. But I have checked, this kid has never appeared before at all, and there is no such person as Lin Dong amongst the great powers of the Star Void realm, so maybe he got lucky and found a relic to have the money. Jiang Cohen's argument had a certain possibility, but it was not too big. Would a relic be that easy to find? Even if one was lucky enough to find one, how many of them could come out alive with treasures after going in? Furthermore, Lin Dong's age was only about 1,000 years old. At this age, one would think that his strength would not be much stronger. All factors combined, the possibility was even lower. Jiang Cohen, thanks to the fact that you are still a sage realm, your vision is actually so short-sighted. Can what you can find out represent the whole? Su Luan mocked. You mean? Jiang Cohen was about to say what was in his heart. However, he was stopped by a look from Jiang Chuanxiong. Some of them were secrets that had already involved the Star Void realm. Only those who had reached the Sage realm were qualified to know them. It was something that could not be known to those on the ground. Jiang Cohen also realized this and immediately shut his mouth, not continuing to speak. His sudden shutting up It made the group of people on the ground all feel like they were stuck in their throats. Zhang Chuandong waved his hand, isolating the sky from the ground. The people below could only see them, but could not hear them speak. Only then did he open his mouth and asked, "Su Luan, stop nagging, who exactly is Lin Dong? Where did he come from? Where is his master? Tell me everything you know. If it satisfies me, I, the Zhang family, will not pursue this matter." Pang Tong and Pang Haian, who were standing on the other side, were also aroused and cast curious gazes at the same time, waiting for Su Luan's answer. But curiosity was curiosity. The two did not care too much in their hearts. The Zhang family had concerns, fearing that behind Lin Dong there might be a powerful person hidden in the darkness of the Star Void realm. The Pang family, however, would not. A Saint King rank was the strongest battle force in the Star Void realm. And the Pang family was already invincible when they possessed a Saint King level. As long as they didn't do anything that was anti-human and caused the gods and humans to be outraged, the Pang clan would sit firmly at the top of the Star Void realm. No matter how the situation changed, the Pang family would not be affected in the slightest. This was the deterrent power of the Saint King level. Chapter 1003, Having Scruples. Su Luan was constantly thinking in his mind. What would it take to stall Zhang Chuanxiong and prevent him from making a move? Without Lin Dong's consent, it was impossible to tell the actual situation. However, Zhang Chuanxiong did not have much patience left and could not say nothing. Could only vaguely mention a little from the side. Let him have some scruples in his mind. Will not act so quickly. Su Luan organized his language and said, "Lin Dong's identity, I don't dare to casually say it before he himself agrees. I can only tell you that his background is far beyond your imagination, Zhang Chuanxiong. If you dare to take action against him today, the Zhang family will soon be in big trouble. I can only say this much, believe it or not." "You're scaring me?" Zhang Chuanxiong asked in a cold voice. "What I said is the truth. Su Luan, do you think that if you casually say a few vague words, I'll be too scrupulous to make a move? You underestimate me, Zhang Chuanxiong, too much. Even if he, Lin Dong, has a heavenly background, my Zhang family has no fear. I'll give you one more chance. I want specific information about Lin Dong. Where did he come from? Where did you learn from? Do you say yes or no?" "I dare not say." Su Luan replied stiffly. "Then I will help you." Zhang Chuanxiong finished speaking and two spatial cracks appeared in front of him. He quickly and directly put his hands inside. In the next moment, two hands appeared from behind Su Jingyuan and Su Shueling, and before they could react, one hand grabbed their necks and yanked them into the spatial cracks, before dragging them out of the cracks in front of Zhang Chuanxiong. The speed at which a true saint-level powerhouse struck was fast. Several movements were completed almost in an instant. Not to mention that Su Jingyuan and Su Shueling were not yet at the saint realm. Even the pseudo-saint level Su Luan didn't have time to react. In just an instant, Su Jingyuan and Su Shueling changed positions and were caught in Zhang Chuanxiong's hands, feeling the power contained in the hand on their necks. Both of them revealed a look of horror in their eyes. The true saint level wanted to kill them. It simply shouldn't be too simple. Moreover, Zhang Chuandong was truly daring to do so. The two of them had already helped Lin Dong complete his mission. Now, Lin Dong was already contacting his master. At this time, both Su Jingyuan and Su Shueling did not want to die. This was because they saw hope ahead. Both of them were praying in their hearts. Lin Dong would be able to appear quickly. "Zhang Chuandong, stop!" Su Luan immediately shouted. A strong sense of powerlessness arose in his heart at the same time. This was the strength of a true saint-level powerhouse. Himself, a pseudo-saint level, did not even have the qualifications to resist. He could only watch as the two important direct descendants of the Su family were captured by Zhang Chuanxiong in front of him. "Su Luan, about Lin Dong, are you going to say anything or not? If you don't say it, I will let these two Su family direct descendants go first and accompany the burial of my Zhang family's two heirs. Don't you ever think that I don't dare to make a move, otherwise you will regret it." After Zhang Chuandong finished speaking, he tightened the force on his hands. Su Jingyuan and Su Shueling immediately had pained looks on their faces. To say that Zhang Chuanxiong had no scruples at all, that was impossible. The reason for capturing these two was to learn the true information about Lin Dong from Su Luan's mouth. If he really did not care, why would Zhang Chuanxiong need to do so? Wouldn't it be fine to directly make a move to capture Lindong? Obviously, Su Luan's words just now had a certain impact on him as well. With his identity strength, he naturally knows. There was more than one Saint King level powerhouse hidden in the Star Void realm who was secretly recuperating from his injuries. Zhang Chuandong was also afraid of offending such a person. Even if it was a Saint King level who had not recovered from his injuries, it would still be enough for the Zhang family to drink a pot of water. Not fearing 10,000, but fearing the unexpected. One wrong step would result in a total loss. As one of the two highest ranking true saint level ancestors of the Zhang family, Zhang Chuanxiong also had to be cautious. The Su family members on the ground saw Zhang Chuanxiong holding Su Jingyuan and Su Xueling in his hands. All of them let out screams. The others looked as if they were not concerned and were watching the show. Some people didn't want Su Xueling to be killed. After all, it was a beautiful woman who had fallen in love with her country. There were also people with dark hearts who felt, anyway, they can't get a woman like Su Xueling, so it's better to die. If you can't get it yourself, no one else will be able to get it either. Those with both opinions began to whisper again. Where are the Su family's true saint-level powerhouses? Why don't you send one out? If this goes on, it would be a shame for such a beautiful woman like Miss Su to be killed. What's a pity about it? No matter how beautiful Miss Su is, it's not something we can get our hands on, we can only look at it from afar. In the end, it's still not going to end up in the hands of Pang Pang Jr., to be enjoyed exclusively by Pang Pang Jr. Why is your heart so dark? If you can't get it, you have to destroy it? It's really horrible. Darkness in my heart? Can you accept your own goddess, becoming a plaything in another man's arms, being ravaged to death in bed? How about it? Can't accept it. Everyone is still the same, no one is nobler than anyone else. Lindong sat on the bed and suddenly opened his eyes. Within his eyes, an essence visible to the naked eye flickered. The breakthrough of his physique had been completed. At this moment, he was already a true saint-level powerhouse. The saint body had been further strengthened. There was also a qualitative leap in strength. However, this was still far from enough. Time was running out. It was also unknown what the situation was outside. It was also unclear how long Su Luan could hold off the Zhang family. It was too late to check the condition of his body. Lin Dong opened the system again. He knew that he had to complete his strength increase as soon as possible. It was possible that at some point, the Zhang family's true saint level would attack. The physique column had already come to the first rank of the true saint level. There were still 17,153,348 divine magnificence points left. The next step was mental strength. Only after both physique and spirit had made a breakthrough could they continue to improve and push their strength to the late true saint rank. Lin Dong directly tapped on the plus sign after spiritual strength. The system window popped up. This breakthrough will consume 1 million divine magnificence points. After the breakthrough, the host's spiritual strength will change from pseudo-saint grade 10 to true saint grade 1. Please reconfirm again whether or not the host will break through. There were still two options. Yes and no. Lin Dong chose yes. The system disappeared once again. Immediately after, Lin Dong's head began to experience a swelling and painful sensation. And as time passed, the swelling and pain sensation became more and more intense. Having had experience, he knew this was the result of the rapid growth of spiritual energy. It was even more unbearable than the physical breakthrough. One was physical torture and the other was mental torture. In comparison, Lin Dong was more willing to endure the physical torture. He had to work hard to keep himself awake and not pass out. If he could not bear it and fainted, it was unknown which way things would go. It was possible that he would never wake up again. Spiritual energy had another name, called soul energy. It is a very important type of energy in the human body. Once something goes wrong, if you make a mistake, you will become an idiot. If it is serious, he will become a living dead person. Lin Dong did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. He could only suffer this painful mental torture in silence. Chapter 1004, The Su Plan Comes. Su Luan stared at Zhang Chuandong with a deadly stare. Gritting his teeth, his fists were clenched together. A fierce struggle was going on in his heart. Watching Su Jingyuan and Su Shueling die in front of him, Su Luan could not do it. However, if he told the truth about Lin Dong, he was afraid that he would make Lin Dong and his master unhappy, causing all the Su family's efforts to go down the drain and be undone. What to do? How can this situation be broken? Su Luan was silent. Zhang Chuanxiong could not wait. He saw Su Luan's inner struggle at this moment and smiled. Su Luan, you have to think carefully, the fate of these two people is between your thoughts, there is no turning back if you choose the wrong one. Zhang Chuandong, do you really want to know Lin Dong's identity? Su Luan took a deep breath and asked. What do you say? I can tell you, but you cannot harm anyone in the Su family. After a fierce struggle, Su Luan still decided to say it. From his contact with Lin Dong, the other party was not the type of person who was eccentric and temperamental. Coupled with the fact that Su Shueling and Lin Dong had an extraordinary relationship, and was still the only linking hub between the Su family and Lin Dong. If Su Shueling died in the hands of Zhang Chuandong, it might not be good for the Su family. The Su family may have severed their relationship with Lin Dong from then on. This is absolutely not possible. With Lin Dong's natural talent, in the future, he would be another proper Saint King level powerhouse. Two Saint Kings from one clan. There would not be any power in the Starry Void realm that could outshine them. The relationship between the Su family and Lin Dong could not be broken. Yes. Zhang Chuanxiong replied. I have one more condition, I will only tell you about this matter and it cannot be known by anyone else other than you. Su Luan's words were naturally directed at both Pang Tong and Pang Haian. If the Pang family knew that Lin Dong had a Saint King level master, the Su family had also gone to great lengths to help Lin Dong. Then the Su family's desire to detach themselves from the Pang family by utilizing Lin Dong's Saint King ranked master teacher would be exposed. In today's not so clear situation, it was something that could not be known to the Pang family. Otherwise, it was likely that they would immediately make a move against the Su family. Although telling Zhang Chuanxiong would likewise be a leak. But at least there could be a time gap. Perhaps Lin Dong's master teacher had arrived. It is also possible. Zhang Chuanxiong agreed after glancing at Pang Tong. His idea was to get the information out of Su Luan's mouth first. By then, the mouth would be on himself. It wasn't up to him to say who he wanted to tell. Good. Then I'll tell you after you release them. You haven't even told me, what people will I release? What if I release the people by then and you back out? Zhang Chuandong, you're a true Saint level powerhouse, and you're still afraid that I'll back out? Can we still escape in front of you? Zhang Chuanxiong thought about it. It felt that Su Luan was right. It was impossible for the Su family to escape in front of him. If he could catch them once, he could catch them a second time. So he loosened his hands. As soon as Su Jingyuan and Su Shueling got out of the trap, they quickly moved away from Zhang Chuanxiong and came to Su Luan's side. Old ancestor! Old ancestor! The two of them shouted under their breath. Just now, they had experienced a life and death crisis. Su Luan nodded as a response. Su Jingyuan was a little bit better, after all, his age was there, he was someone who had experienced great storms and quickly regained his composure. Su Shueling, on the other hand, still had a stunned look. On her stunningly beautiful face, a touch of pallor permeated through. Just now, she had walked through the gates of hell. Captured by a true saint-level powerhouse, if it wasn't for old ancestor Su Luan agreeing to the other party's conditions, they would have died by now. This was also the first time Su Shueling had been this close to death. Can you say it now? Zhang Chuandong looked at Su Luan and asked. Su Luan, in turn, looked at the two from the Pang clan who were standing to the side. Zhang Chuanxiong understood and was about to isolate the two sides. Pang Tong couldn't help but speak out. He suppressed the anger in his heart and said with a cold smile, Su Luan, your guts are really getting bigger and bigger, you actually dared to exclude me, you're afraid that Zhang Chuandong will threaten you with the Su family, aren't you afraid that I will do the same? It's better for you not to treat them differently, otherwise if I start my fire, I can be even more ruthless than Zhang Chuanxiong, and none of your Su family members here will be able to escape. Anyone could hear that Pang Tong's words were filled with rage. He was at the same true saint level as Zhang Chuanxiong. The Pang family was still the Su family's backer. How dare Su Luan want to exclude him? Wasn't this a slap in his Pang Tong's face? Seeing this, Zhang Chuanxiong gave up the idea of isolating the two sides. Pang Tong had obviously gotten angry. He didn't dare to touch the other party's brow even now. The Pang family was one of the 6 top powers in the Star Void realm. It was better to try not to offend if you could. Su Luwen stood there at this time with an ugly face as he was in a dilemma from side to side. It was already not easy for him, a pseudo-saint level, to maneuver between 2 true saint levels and be able to do this. He really didn't know what to do next. If he were to say in front of Pang Tong that Lin Dong had a Saint King level master who was hidden in the shadows, Pang Tong would definitely contact the Pang family immediately and start making moves against the Su family. There was no way they would allow the Su family to be out of their control. The Su family members here could not escape Pang Tong's grasp either. It could not be said. Looking at the other party's posture, as usual, they wouldn't let up. Things seem to have entered a dead end. There is no way forward. Unless the protagonist Lin Dong appears. Thinking of Lin Dong, Su Luwen was puzzled in his heart. It was reasonable to say that quite a bit of time had passed since Su Jingyuan and the others had appeared. Had Lin Dong not contacted his master yet? After such a long time, why hadn't he come out yet? Could it be that something had gone wrong here? Su Luwen was struggling to think of a countermeasure. Pang Tong and Jiang Chuandong could not wait any longer. Su Luwen, don't be so damn dawdling, hurry up and say it, satisfy everyone's curiosity. I also want to see what this kid is capable of, so that you, the Su family, would go out of your way to protect him. If you don't want to say it, you can also hand him over, and we'll ask ourselves. The Jiang family has scruples, but I, the Pang family, don't have any. Pang Tong urged. Su Luwen, the person is also released. There is no second way for you to go today other than explaining clearly about Lin Dong. When I strike next time, I won't be merciful anymore. Think about it clearly. Zhang Chuanxiong followed suit. Facing 2 true saint-level powerhouses threatened, Su Luwen simply had no other choice. He couldn't help but sigh. It was still not enough strength. If he was also at the true saint level, he wouldn't have ended up in the current situation. Unfortunately, the true saint level wasn't that easy to reach. Of the saint realms in the Star Void realm, the pseudo-saint level accounted for more than 90%. There were very few that could reach the true saint level. There was no need to mention the Saint King level at all. There were only 6 known ones. Even if there were some hidden in the shadows, there wouldn't be too many. The Su family was the one who had no Saint King level and possessed a huge amount of wealth, which was why they had fallen to this state. Since you all want to know, then. Su Luwen's words hadn't even finished. It was picked up by a voice. Then I will tell you all. Chapter 1005, Splitting Technique. Su Luwen heard this voice that suddenly appeared. His heart was filled with excitement. At the same time, his body relaxed along with it. Sandwiched between 2 true saint levels. This kind of pressure was not something that anyone could withstand. Now he could finally unwind. It was because the Su family's true saint level ancestor had arrived. The words just fell. A spatial crack appeared beside Su Luwen. A figure walked out from it. Old Ancestor. Su Luwen immediately bowed and shouted. Old Ancestor. Su Jingyuan and Su Shueling also followed closely behind. The two's taut hearts could finally relax as well. Until now, it hadn't really been considered safe. There was no fear of being caught by Zhang Chuanxiong's strike again. Su can. While Pang Tong and Zhang Chuanxiong in the distance grimaced, they uttered the name of the visitor. They knew that once Su Can arrived, things had taken a turn for the worse again. I'm afraid that at least the path of trying to threaten Su Luwen would not work. There was still a need to think long and hard. Pang Tong, Zhang Chuandong, it's been a long time for the two of you. Su Can greeted with a leathery smile. Su Can, you came at the right time. What does it mean for your Su family to protect my Zhang family's most wanted criminal? Is this an attempt to start a war with my Zhang family? Zhang Chuanxiong snapped first. I also want to ask you, Su Can. Since when did the Su family dare to take action against the first heir of my Pang family? What? Have your wings hardened and think that my Pang family is useless? Pang Tong followed up with a question. Su Luwen. What's going on? Su Can frowned. He was aware of the matter regarding the Zhang family and Lin Dong. It was also the family's decision to help Lin Dong and find a ray of hope. Why was the Pang family involved now? Back to old ancestor. This thief, Pang Haian, scolded our Su family as a dog raised by his Pang family. I was not able to get angry, so I went out to try to catch him and demand an explanation from his Pang family, but I did not succeed and was injured by Pang Tong instead. Su Luan explained. When Su Kan heard this, a cold light flashed in his eyes as he looked directly at Pang Haian. You really said that? Pang Haian's scalp was a little numb from Su Kan's stare. The might of a true saint level was not something that he, a half-step saint realm, could speculate on. A mere look could make him feel a sharp backstab. Pang Haian was just about to reply. Pang Tong said first, Haian is still young people. Sometimes it is inevitable that you will not be able to control your emotions, say some angry words, this is understandable. Gas words? Why do I feel that this is what your Pang family really thinks? I'm afraid that in your Pang family's eyes, our Su family is no different from a dog. Su Kan sneered. Su Kan, what do you mean? Nothing much. Since it was your Pang family that cursed first, it's not wrong for my Su family to step in, besides, didn't it not hurt anyone? So you're saying that it's still justified for your Su family to step in and hurt someone? It's not right to strike out and hurt someone, but it's right to call someone a dog? Is this the first heir of your Pang family? The 6 top powers of the Star Void realm have produced such a thing? Pang Tong was dumbfounded by his dislike. The two of them were just staring at each other wide-eyed, neither of them being convinced of the other. Zhang Chuandong interjected at this time, Su Kan, what I said fell on deaf ears? What exactly does your Su family mean? Do you want to start a war? If you want to go to war, my Su family can accompany you. Su Kan disliked back without hesitation. So, you guys are determined to protect Lin Dong? Lin Dong is my Su family's honored guest, isn't it normal to protect his safety? Lin Dong is a wanted criminal of my Jiang family, for your Su family to protect him is provoking a war. As I said, if you want a war, my Su family can accompany you. Good. Su Kan, this is what you said, today I want to see if you have grown after so many years. Zhang Chuanqiong was furious. Play along to the end. Su Kan did not show any weakness either. Seeing that the two were about to fight, Pang Haian looked at Pang Tong and transmitted, Old Ancestor. The Su family is too unbridled, they don't give us any face at all. I see that they already have the desire to break away from my Pang family. Why don't we take advantage of this opportunity to unite with the Jiang family and teach them a lesson, or else they'll take us more and more out of their sight. With regards to the Su family, Pang Haian's resentment was deep. First, it was Su Luan who refused him to take away Lin Dong and even dared to strike at him. Then Su Xueling took off her veil in front of so many people in the Star Void realm, embarrassing him. Pang Haian was such a narrow-minded person that he had already held a grudge against the entire Su family. As long as he had the opportunity, he would absolutely put the Su family to death. Right now, Zhang Chuanqiong and Su Kan were about to fight. It wasn't easy to say who was winning between these two. Pang Haian wanted to add fuel to the fire. Let the Su family know what would happen if they offended him. At this time on the ground, Su Kan's arrival pulled the Su family back from the edge of despair. They excitedly looked at their own old ancestor, their joy overflowing. Imobe stared at the 3 true saint-level powerhouses in the air, his brows frowning deeper and deeper. Although it was impossible to hear what they were saying, but from the expressions, one could tell that there was definitely not going to be anything good. Everyone who was able to reach the true saint level was extremely proud of themselves, and there was no way they would submit to other true saint levels. When 3 true saint levels met together, the outcome could be imagined. It was no longer something he could intervene in. Mabe could only send the news back to the Sacred Alliance. Waiting for the Sacred Alliance to send someone. It had to be at least at the true saint level. It would be more effective if the Alliance Master came. There was no one in the Star Void realm who dared to not give face to the Alliance Lord. However, Desolation North knew that the Alliance Lord, as the number 1 powerhouse in the Star Void realm, would most likely not be involved in matters between true saint levels. Unless 2 Saint King levels clashed, he would personally be there. Deep within the Polygon Merchant House, Lin Dong opened his eyes once again. Then he exhaled a mouthful of turbid breath. After his spiritual power had broken through to the true saint level, It was as if the entire person was much more relaxed. There was a feeling that the world was drunk and I was alone. This was the sublimation of the soul. It was too late to experience it. Lin Dong opened his system. Physique and spiritual strength had both arrived at the true saint level 1. There were still 715,348 divine magnificence points left. The next step was to raise the physique. Every time one rank was upgraded, 100,000 divine magnificence points would need to be consumed. 711,000 divine magnificence points were already enough for Lin Dong to raise his physique to the true saint grade 8th order. The true saint grade 8th order, on the other hand, corresponded to a battle power of late true saint grade. It was sufficient to deal with the immediate crisis. Continue to raise his physique. Tap on the physique column. A window popped up. This upgrade will consume 100,000 divine magnificence points. After the upgrade, the host's physique will change from true saint grade 1st order to true saint grade 2nd order. Please reconfirm again if the host is upgrading. Yes. The time it took to elevate the physique by 1 rank was much faster than breaking through from the pseudo-saint rank to the true saint rank. After raising it 6 times in succession and consuming 600,000 divine magnificence points, Lin Dong's physique came to the 7th rank of the true saint grade. The battle power directly soared to the late true saint level. There were still 110,000 divine greatness points left. Lin Dong could have raised another rank. However, he did not do so. There was not much of a difference between the 7th and 8th orders of physique, both belonging to the late true saint level. These 110,000 divine magnificence points were useful for Lin Dong to keep. After both his physique and spiritual strength broke through the true saint rank this time, the system rewarded him with another skill. Split body technique. With regards to the system's rewards, Lin Dong was very trusting. Everything he had today was given by the system. Therefore, Lin Dong was prepared to use these 110,000 divine greatness points to try out what this split art actually did. Chapter 1006, Persuasion. The battle power came to the late true saint level. Lin Dong could also take a slight breather. He sensed a bit. There should not be a fight outside yet. Only then did he focus his attention on the system-rewarded split art. The system's introduction to the split body technique was simple. One could use a drop of essence blood to summon a doppelganger, and the strength of the doppelganger was comparable to that of the main body. The initial existence time of the doppelganger is 1 hour, and it will automatically dissipate once the time is up, so it is possible to consume a drop of essence blood in advance to maintain the doppelganger from dissipating. Each summoning required the consumption of a drop of essence blood. Theoretically, as long as there was enough essence blood, the doppelganger could always exist. Seeing this, Lin Dong could not help but sigh. A system product is indeed a fine product. He was now at the late true saint level. Summoning another bilocation out with strength equal to that of the main body, that would be too late stage true saint level. It was simply a heaven-defying technique. An hour of existence was completely enough for a battle between experts. Even if it wasn't enough, just consume another drop of essence blood to maintain it. However, the only drawback of the split art was that it required essence blood. Essence blood was the blood from the heart part of the human body, and it was very different from ordinary blood. It was the essence division of the human body. Excessive consumption would cause permanent damage to the body. Things that could nourish essence blood were all very precious genius treasures that were worth a fortune, on par with those that boosted spiritual power. However, compared to having an additional true saint level combatant, a drop of essence blood would not be as important. Lin Dong directly tapped on the divergence technique. The system popped up a window. This time, learning the split body art will consume 100,000 divine magnificence points. After practicing it, the host can consume a drop of essence blood to summon a split body with the same strength as the host. The initial existence time of the split body is 1 hour. It can be maintained by consuming essence blood in advance, or can be summoned again by consuming a drop of essence blood after the split body has dissipated. Other than that, the split body does not have any autonomous ability and needs the host to divide a portion of its spiritual energy to manipulate it. Please confirm again if the host is learning? Seeing the system's prompt, Lin Dong was shocked. It actually required 100,000 divine hero points to learn. This was too expensive, right? Fortunately, he had the foresight to set aside 100,000. Otherwise, watching such a heaven-defying technique in front of him, but not being able to learn it, that feeling, like a fish in the throat, was unbearable. One more helper with the same strength. Not to mention 100,000 divine magnificence points. Even if it was 1,000,000 divine magnificence points, it was still a must to learn. After all, right now it was one more late-stage true saint level doppelganger. By the time one's strength broke through to the Saint King level, it would be one more Saint King level combatant. As one's own strength grew, the strength of the doppelganger that was summoned would grow along with it. One could imagine how heaven-defying this bilocation technique was. With this split body art, along with other aids, when encountering a strong person of the same level, not to mention fighting 2 against 1, it was possible to fight 3 against 1 and 4 against 4. Only after learning the split body technique, you will have to search for genius treasures that can nourish your essence and blood. Even if it is not used, it is still a good idea to be prepared. Lin Dong chose yes, confirming the learning of the split body technique. The 100,000 divine magnificence points disappeared. The mysteries of the split art appeared in his mind. In fact, the split body technique was not something that could be used by anyone. Because the bilocation had no autonomous ability, it required the main body to divide a portion of its spiritual energy to manipulate it. It was difficult for people with weak spiritual power to do so. Only someone like Lin Dong, who had sufficiently strong spiritual energy, could manipulate the bilocation without affecting himself. It could be said that the split body technique was the exclusive skill that the system allotted to the host. Other people could not use it even if they learned it. Unless it was the kind of existence that had special encounters that resulted in a spiritual power that was different from the norm. And this kind of person was absolutely rare in the Star Void realm, perhaps even rarer than a Saint King level. At the time when Lin Dong had finished enhancing his strength and was learning the split art, in the sky above the Treasure Basin Merchant Company, Jiang Chuanxiang and Su Kan had already fought. The pride of the true saint level did not allow them to bow down to a powerhouse of the same level. Not to mention the difference in strength between the two clans. Whoever bowed down, wouldn't it prove that their clan was inferior to the other? Family honor was involved. No one would serve anyone. Boom! After a tentative strike from both sides, the barrier separating the ground was broken. The onlookers below could hear the sounds in the air again. The two true saint-level powerhouses made a move. It caused a commotion in the crowd. Quickly look! A fight has broken out. A fight has broken out. The true saint-level powerhouses of the Jiang and Su families are really fighting. They shouldn't be starting a fight right here straight away, right? With so many of us around, if anyone makes a small mistake, we won't even have a chance to escape. That's right. Let alone a small mistake, the aftermath of a fight between true saint-level powerhouses can kill us in seconds. Then what should we do? How about we escape now? Saving our lives is important. Escape? Is it useful? If these two fight for real, the central divine continent will probably be shattered. Where can you escape to? They should just be testing to test each other, they won't fight for real. The people we have here combined already represent half of the power of the Star Void realm, even the Jiang family and the Su family can't withstand it. I think it's also true, if we want to really fight we definitely won't fight here. Besides, there's still the Sacred Alliance on the central divine continent. The Sacred Alliance Master is the #1 powerhouse in the Star Void realm. He won't allow these two to destroy the central divine continent. Finally, someone said a few words that were still quite pertinent, temporarily stabilizing the rioting crowd. The central divine continent was, after all, the place where the #1 powerhouse of the Star Void realm, the Sacred Alliance Lord, sat. The true saint levels of the Jiangsu two families were not fools. Surely they wouldn't really fight here. Otherwise, if they provoked the Sacred Alliance Master to come in person, both of them would have to suffer. It wasn't like their two families had any Saint King level powerhouses. Ma Bei stood in the crowd, knowing that he had to do something. It didn't matter if Jiang Chuanxiang and Su Kan would come for real. As the person sent by the Sacred Alliance to mediate, he had to go up and persuade them a few times. Do his best to stop the holy war from happening. Even if he couldn't stop it, he still had to remind these two to fight again in another place, preferably in the void, so as not to hurt the innocent. So Desert North braved it and soared up to the middle of the three great clans. At this time, he was a little nervous in his heart. These were three true saint-level powerhouses. And each of them had their own aura erupting from their bodies at full strength. Ma Bei stood in the middle. It was like a flat boat, bobbing under the triple waves, and could be drowned at any time. It wasn't that he hadn't seen strong people before. He had seen Saint King level like the Sacred Alliance Lord. But there was still a big difference between a Saint King level that collected his breath and was pleasant to the eye, and a true Saint level that erupted with full force and was filled with rage. Anyway, Desert North felt that these three people were more terrifying than the Alliance leader at the moment. Of course, he dared to say that only because he had never seen the Sacred Alliance League leader get angry. Otherwise, the anger of a Saint King level, 10 true Saint levels would be far worse. Chapter 1007, The Hidden Man. Two seniors, please stop. Mabe shouted to stop them. Who are you? A tiny pseudo-saint level who dares to get involved in what's going on between us? Are you tired of living? Zhang Chuanxiong asked in an unkind tone. He did not recognize Mabe. As a true saint-level powerhouse, Zhang Chuanxiong was in seclusion all year round and seldom came out to walk around, and even if he did, he would only get to know powerhouses of the same level and would not care about pseudo-saint levels. Back to Senior Jiang, the late Sacred Alliance Direct Desert North. This time, by the order of the Lord Alliance Master, I came to mediate the feud between the two Jiangsu families. So it's directly under the Sacred Alliance, no wonder you have to meddle in every idle matter. Zhang Chuandong sneered. Mabe didn't argue either. Arguing with a true saint level was very foolish behavior. Senior. The Sacred Alliance has always been committed to maintaining peace in the Starry Void Realm and has made great efforts to do so. We are all members of the Starry Void Realm, so please think twice about everything. Don't say this to me. My Jiang family is now the victim of two dead heirs. Find him and talk to him. If you can convince the Su family to hand over the murderer, I naturally won't continue to pursue the matter. Zhang Chuandong pointed at Su Can in the distance with his gaze. Mabe had met Lin Dong. Knowing some of Lin Dong's details, it also understood that it was impossible for the Su family to hand over Lin Dong. And even if the Su family was willing to hand it over, it would also have to be picked up by the Zhang family. The personal disciple of a Sacred King level powerhouse is also something that you, the Zhang family, can take over? It was estimated that when the time came for this hot potato, the Zhang family would hate to throw it far away. Two seniors, if you really want to fight, please also go into the void. There are too many people gathered here, and many of them are the Chuchao of the young generation of the Star Void Realm. A little bit of inattention will result in a large number of deaths and injuries, which will be a huge loss for my Star Void Realm, and also something that all of us are unwilling to see. Seeing that he couldn't be persuaded, Mabe changed his mindset. Originally, he didn't hold much hope. It was simply unrealistic for a pseudo-saint level himself to make two true saint levels shake hands and make peace with a few words. Mabe was also forced to come up. If he didn't come up today to persuade them with a few words, if the word got out later, there would definitely be people saying that the Sacred Alliance was inactive, and the Alliance Master's face would be disgraced. Zhang Chuanxiong froze for a moment. Obviously not expecting that Mabe would not even persuade Su Can for a few words and just let them go straight to the void to fight? So he was the one who was easy to talk to and bully, right? Zhang Chuandong, there are many people here. If we want to fight, let's go up into the void and fight. Su Can opened his mouth and said, I'm still not afraid of you. Zhang Chuanxiong naturally would not show weakness. Just as the two were preparing to move, Pang Tongyi stepped out. Did you guys forget about me? Everyone's eyes fell on Pang Tong. Everyone was on the verge of forgetting that this true saint-ranked powerhouse of the Pang clan was the existence with the highest status. Pang Tong, what do you want? Su Can frowned. There was an ominous premonition in his heart. These two would not join forces. Just now, although he had a little conflict with Pang Tong, he had never thought about it that way. The Pang family and the Zhang family could not be said to be hostile, but they also belonged to the type that looked at each other. The Zhang family was also the backer of the Zhang family. In Su Chan's thought, how could Pang Tong and Zhang Chuandong not join forces against themselves? But now this situation. Pang Tong suddenly stood out, obviously ready to make a move. And the possibility of him helping himself was almost zero. Then there was the possibility of teaming up with Zhang Chuanxiong. Didn't think of anything. I just want you to know that no matter how hard the Su family's wings are, they can't fly out of the palm of my Pang family's hand. Pang Tong sneered. You want to join forces with Zhang Chuanxiong? Su Can's face turned ugly. No, you're wrong. We just happen to want to try your strength at the same time and have no intention of joining forces. Pang Tong shook his head and said in a serious manner. Ha ha ha. Su can, see? Even your Su family's backer is going to turn around and help me against you. It means that the Su family is at the end of their rope. Give up struggling. Jiang Chuandong laughed out loud. Old ancestor. Su Luan shouted nervously from the side. Su Jingyuan and Su Shueling also cast worried gazes at the same time. Pang Tong, is this your own intention, or the intention of the entire Pang family? Su Can asked in a deep voice. Is there any difference? Of course there is. If it's your own, then it's a matter between us privately. If it's the entire Pang family, then it's a matter between the two families. Just take it as I mean it. I just wanted to spar with you today to see if your strength has grown after so many years. Pang Tong said after some thought. Without the consent of the old ancestor, he wouldn't dare to directly represent the Pang family and break with the Su family. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to go back and explain. Pang Tong's strength was about the same as Su Can's, both at the true saint level, but their positions in their respective families were different. Su Can was one of the 3 strongest true saint levels in the Su family, and was the only one who had not been injured, so naturally, his status did not need to be mentioned, and his words and actions could completely represent the entire Su family. But Pang Tong was different. The Pang family still had a Saint King level elder ancestor sitting at the helm, and he could only listen to the elder ancestor when it came to matters involving the entire family. Understood, come on then. I'd like to see what the two of you can do to me when you join forces. Su Can said with a bold voice. Ignorant. Arrogant. Pang Tong and Jiang Chuandong rebuked loudly at the same time. 3 seniors, please. Ma Bei still wanted to continue to persuade them to move into the void. Unexpectedly, he was directly interrupted by Pang Tong. How dare you? A mere pseudo-saint level, where is the place for you to speak here? Is there no one left in the Sacred Alliance? Ma Bei's face turned green and white as he was disliked by Pang Tong, but there was nothing he could do about it. Who let the other party be a true saint-level powerhouse? Or a true saint level from the Pang family? As the Pang family's oldest ancestor was the first vice-alliance master of the Sacred Alliance, his position was so high that it was second only to the alliance master, so who dared to offend him? Desert North took a deep breath, calmed himself, and spoke again, respectfully saying, Senior Pang. Scram! Pang Unity waved his hand and his true saint-level aura erupted, directly shocking Desert Bay out. His actions also shocked everyone present. Even the Sacred Alliance's people dared to move? The Pang family was too arrogant. Desert North did not suffer any injuries, he was only shaken to the core and looked at Pang Tong, who dared to be angry. Pang Tong was somewhat unimpressed. A pseudo-saint level was just that. So what if it's directly under the Sacred Alliance? With old ancestors' position in the Sacred Alliance, a pseudo-saint level shrimp like Ma Bei was not even in the Pang family's eyes. Without Mo Bei in the middle, Pang Tong and Jiang Chuandong immediately aimed their gazes at Su Can. Su Can knew that the other party was going to start moving for real. Facing 2 true saint levels, there was almost no chance of winning. However, in today's situation, he could only tough it out. Jiang Chuandong, I'll deal with Su Can, you capture the Su family. Pang Tong said. Teaming up with Jiang Chuanxiang 2 against 1, he couldn't afford to lose that person. Good. Jiang Chuanxiang laughed. It was natural to beg for someone to open the way. The 2 men's true saint-level auras erupted. Caught in a heaven-destroying might, they swept away. They still intentionally avoided the crowd on the ground. Pang Tong, Jiang Chuanxiang, you 2 assholes, shameless scum, how dare you lay hands on your juniors? Su Can cursed in a broken voice. At the same time, he also exploded his true saint-level aura out. However, under the attack of the other party's 2 true saint-level breaths, it was obvious that he was a bit overwhelmed. Su Luan couldn't do anything except shield Su Shueling and Su Jingyuan, their strength was too low and they could only watch the crisis unfold. Su Shueling, on the other hand, was secretly praying in his heart that Lin Dong would quickly invite his master, otherwise the Su family would not be able to escape today. The crowd of onlookers on the ground all stared straight into the sky. A true saint-level battle was not something that anyone could see. It was of great expediency to their cultivation. Just as the 2 sides were about to collide together, Another true saint level aura rose up from the ground and plunged into the clouds. Rumble. It washed the other three true saint level breaths away. Such a turn of events left everyone dumbfounded. Even Pang Tong and Jiang Chuan Dome stopped. Why was there still a true saint ranked powerhouse hidden in the Treasure Basin Merchant Company? Could it be that the Su family had come out in full force this time? Chapter 1008 Desperate Su Family. This true saint level aura that suddenly appeared. Like a sharp sword, it not only dispersed Pang Tong and the other three true saint level auras, but also shattered the tens of thousands of miles of clouds, as if it had poked a big hole in the sky. The people on the ground all stared at the sky in disbelief. If just now, Pang Tong, Jiang Chuanxiang, and Su Can, these three true saint level auras, gave everyone the feeling of a majestic atmosphere, then this newly appeared true saint level aura gave them the feeling of sharpness. Who exactly was this person? The aura was surprisingly not weaker than the other three. It must be another true saint level powerhouse. Pang Tong and Jiang Chuan Dome's bodies stopped not far away, their gazes fixed on the sudden appearance of that aura. The Treasure Basin Merchant Company was also hiding a true saint level, and they actually had no knowledge of it. Originally, they had just suspected that the other party was a true saint level from the Su family. Now, it didn't seem like it. There were three true saint level powerhouses from the Su family. Apart from Su Can, the remaining two were injured and had not healed, so their strength was bound to be greatly reduced. From the aura that this person just erupted, it was no worse than the three of them. Basically, one could rule out the possibility of it being a member of Su's family. But who would be an outsider to meddle between the three families? Pang Tong and Jiang Chuan Dong were both a bit puzzled. Especially Pang Tong, as the master of the Su family. Ever since the Pang family felt that the Su family was becoming more and more uncontrollable and was interested in seizing the money tree that was the Treasure Basin Merchant Company, they had been secretly monitoring the Su family, preventing the Su family from secretly engaging in some small-mindedness that would affect the Pang family's grand plans, only that they hadn't realized which major power the Su family was close to. Could it be that these guys have been lying in wait? On the surface, they were dealing with the Pang family's surveillance. But secretly, they are constantly looking for opportunities? Pang Tong's eyes narrowed, revealing a ray of cold light. He felt that his guess was very likely. When encountering this kind of situation, no matter which power would not be willing to fold their hands. It was understandable that the Su family had dissenting thoughts. What truly puzzled Pang Tong was, the Pang family was one of the top 6 forces in the Star Void realm that possessed Saint King level powerhouses. Facing such a family, there was still someone who dared to make a move to help the Su family? Who had such great guts? Is he impatient with life? Su Can was also a little confused at this moment. This true saint level aura that had suddenly appeared was very strong, but it felt unfamiliar. He was certain that he had not seen this true saint level powerhouse, much less the other two people from the Su clan. But this person was hiding in the Treasure Basin Merchant Company. It also struck at this critical moment. Could it be? Su Can thought of a possibility. Not only him, Su Luan and Su Jingyuan also thought of this possibility. Wasn't Lin Dong contacting his master? This true saint rank that had suddenly appeared out of nowhere was most likely that mysterious master of Lin Dong's. Only this could explain everything. The unfamiliar true saint level had gone out of his way to help even at the expense of offending the Jiang and Pang families. However, when thinking of this, the Su family did not feel the slightest bit of joy. Instead, there was a feeling of being cheated in their hearts. The current crisis was lifted, but an even greater crisis was about to strike. They had always thought that Lin Dong's master was a Saint King level, which was why they had gone to such great lengths to help Lin Dong and seek a ray of hope. Now the results had come out. Lin Dong's master was not a Saint King level as they had imagined, but only a pseudo-saint level. Although it was also very strong, it would not be of much help to the predicament that the Su family was facing. It was the Pang family that they were dealing with. There had to be a Saint King level for that. Now everything was over. The Pang family would definitely strike next with a thunderous force, suppressing the Su family and seizing control of the Treasure Basin Merchant Company. There was no way for the Su family without the help of a Saint King level powerhouse to resist. As expected, the gamble was ultimately lost. Of course, this could not be blamed on Lin Dong. This was because Lin Dong had never said from start to finish that his master was a Saint King level. All of this was a brainwave by Su Jingyuan. Not only Su Jingyuan, the rest of the Su family's old ancestors felt that. To be able to cultivate a saint realm as young as Lin Dong, only a saint king level was possible. However, reality ruthlessly slapped them in the face. The facts proved. A true saint level could also do it. Su Kan, Su Luan, as well as Su Jingyuan glanced at each other. All could see the disappointment in each other's eyes. Apart from disappointment, Su Jingyuan felt more guilty. If he had not insisted that Lin Dong's master was a saint king level and thus reported it to the family, the Su clan could at least continue to survive for some time. Who would have thought? The person who had bestowed Lin Dong with a top-grade illusionary divine armament and had taught such a demon was merely a true saint rank? Su Sueki was inspired by the somewhat gloomy atmosphere. Seeing the expressions of bitter smiles on the faces of the two old ancestors, as well as the self-reproach on the face of the seventh grandfather. With her intelligence, she quickly thought of the crux of the matter. It was only after figuring it out. Su Shuiling was also confused. The one who had stepped in to save them was Mr. Lin's master? Not a saint king level? Rather, it was a true saint level? Then all of the Su family's efforts had been in vain? No one could help them fend off the Pang family's saint king level? And you won't be able to escape Pang Haian's clutches? Just now, he had taken off his veil to discuss Pang Haian, and once he married the other party, one could imagine what kind of life would greet him. No, no, no. Su Shuiling shook her head repeatedly. She did not accept such an outcome. Even more so, she wouldn't believe that it was true. Duke Lin's master was definitely a saint king level. This true saint rank hidden beside Prince Lin was merely responsible for the safety of the protection. Su Shuiling forced herself to believe it, but she knew that it was merely deceiving herself and others. It was because Lin Dong had once said he had been living with his master. The sect he was in also did not have any extra people, it was only the master and disciple duo. In other words, the one who emanated a true saint level aura from the Treasure Basin Merchant Company could only be Lin Dong's master. Su Shuiling's face turned pale all of a sudden, adding a sickly beauty to her that one could not help but pity. The Su family had lost the bet. The consequences would be severe. Not only would they have to face the wrath of the Jiang family, but they would also have to face the pressure from the Pang family. Perhaps it won't be long. The Su family would cease to exist. Or can only find a remote status corner in the Star Void realm, struggling to survive. And cause this result is her Su Shuiling. Not. Su Shuiling couldn't accept it, and even more so, she couldn't afford the responsibility of sending the entire Su family to hell. She didn't want to become the clan's eternal sinner. Suffer the scorn of the clan. The mind struggled to imagine every possibility. Suddenly the brain flashed. Su Shuiling's eyes lit up. Was there another possibility? The true saint level that had struck out was Lord Lin himself. That would also explain why this true saint level was hiding in the Treasure Basin Merchant Company. He and Prince Lin were simply the same person. Su Shuiling was shocked by her own crazy thoughts. A young man around 1,000 years old. To be able to achieve the pseudo-saint level could already almost be said to be unprecedented. As for reaching the true saint level, in the vastness of the universe, did such a person really exist? She began to think back carefully. From the moment she had met Lin Dong, to the entire process today. This man who was not too old had managed to surprise himself every time. Su Shuiling clasped her hands together and closed her eyes as she prayed silently in her heart. Hopefully this time would be the same. Chapter 1009, 1 against 2. The scene was quiet for a while. Everyone was speculating about the identity of this true saint-level powerhouse. However, other than the aura that was revealed, no figure was seen. Pang Tong couldn't help himself. As the Pang family's true saint-level powerhouse, he would not allow His Majesty to be provoked. Not even if the other party was a true saint level. Who is Your Excellency? Why are you meddling? Do you even know what you're doing? Be careful of drawing fire. Pang Tong said loudly. What greeted him was a figure that rose up into the sky. Shoo! Immediately after, a cold light struck. Pang Tong felt a huge threat from this cold light. It was too late to think much. He hastily shouted. Unbridled. With that, a large sword entered his hand and slashed out. Boom! The blade and sword awnings collided. A deafening sound was emitted. It made the people on the ground couldn't help but cover their ears, their faces showing pain. After resisting the cold light, Pang Tong did not have a chance to relax. The figure had already appeared in front of him. A sword was swung out towards him. Ding! The sound of swords colliding. This sound had just been that collision sound, and it was even more unbearable. Many of the weaker people on the ground had blood oozing out of their ears, and some of them couldn't take it anymore and started rolling all over the ground, howling in pain. Pang Tong felt a huge force coming from his hands, pushing his body to stop retreating backward. Then, in his horrified gaze, a red longsword, after clashing with his greatsword, unexpectedly sliced a gaping hole in it. And the red longsword was surprisingly unharmed. His own greatsword was the very best of the advanced illusionary divine armaments. It was surprisingly damaged by a thin longsword. Could it be that this sword was a top-grade illusionary divine armament? How could it be? He saw that his greatsword was about to be cut off by the longsword. Once the greatsword was broken, the longsword would be able to injure his own body. Being touched by such a treasure, one's holy body wouldn't be able to withstand it. Pang Tong could not help but yell out, "Zhang Chuan Dome! What are you still standing there for?" The battle between the two occurred in a flash of lightning. The speed of a true saint-level powerhouse. The people on the ground couldn't see it at all. Zhang Chuanxiong was also at the true saint level, so he was naturally able to see clearly. It was only just now that he didn't expect the other party to suddenly strike. So for a moment, he wasn't able to come back to his senses. Hearing Pang Tong's roar, he also realized that it was not good. He was about to make a move to rescue Pang Tong. Su Can also reacted. It did not matter if this true saint level was Lin Dong's master or whoever. Since he was here to help him, then he would not let the other party go belly up. Let's first join forces to remove the immediate crisis. When Zhang Chuanxiong made a move, he naturally had to make a move as well. Just as the two were preparing to strike, deep within the ground treasure basin merchant company, another silhouette rushed out, heading straight for Zhang Chuanxiong. The speed was so fast that it instantly arrived in front of Zhang Chuanxiong, carrying countless thunderbolts and slamming down with a hammer. Zhang Chuanxiong completely did not expect that there was someone else hiding in the shadows. His energy was focused on the other three. This person suddenly appeared. One could only be forced to reluctantly take out the illusionary divine soldier and hastily fend it off. Boom! Boom! Two loud bangs followed one after another. The first sound was the sound of Zhang Chuanxiong being smashed out. The second sound was the sound he made as he came into close contact with the ground. It was good that the person who made the strike did not smash Zhang Chuanxiong towards the ground amongst the crowd. Instead, he changed the direction and slammed diagonally into the open space in the distance, smashing the ground out of a huge deep pit. Otherwise, with the force of this strike, smashing into the crowd would definitely cause extremely heavy deaths and injuries. Another figure had also clipped Pang Tong's greatsword at this time. Seeing that the long sword was about to touch his body, Pang Tong flicked out a bead and attacked the opposite side of the door. The visitor did not know what kind of hidden weapon it was, just in case there was a trick, and in his haste, he had no choice but to retract his sword to fend it off. Rumble! After the bead collided with the red long sword, a large explosion was caused. The huge impact separated the two people temporarily. Under the strong defense of the sacred body, neither suffered any substantial damage. Pang Tong stopped his body, looked at the crippled advanced illusionary divine soldier in his hand, gritted his teeth, and raised his head to stare dead ahead at the smoke from the large explosion. How long had it been since he had suffered this kind of loss? The advanced illusionary divine soldier was destroyed, not to mention it also almost received a sword. Zhang Chuanxiong also rushed out from the deep pit and stood with Pang Tong, his face ugly as he followed Pang Tong's gaze. The four members of the Su clan were once again confused. The first figure that rushed out was Lin Dong's mysterious master. Then who was this second figure? It was able to send Zhang Chuan Dome flying out with a hammer. Even though there was a sneak attack first, it was also definitely a true saint-level powerhouse. Otherwise, you'd let a false saint level try to sneak attacking a true saint level? It was purely an act of looking for death. There were 2 true saint-level powerhouses hidden in the Treasure Basin Merchant Company? How did they not realize it at all? The large explosion caused the smoke to disperse partially. 2 more silhouettes appeared in the sky. One held a sword, while the other held a hammer. "Who the hell are you guys?" Pang Tong asked through gritted teeth. "Isn't everyone looking for this young master? Now that this young master has come out, why don't you recognize him?" One of the silhouettes laughed lightly. The 2 people who had suddenly appeared were of course Lin Dong and his doppelganger. After learning the split body technique, Lin Dong felt that a fight was about to break out in the sky. Without much time to think, he erupted his breath. It interrupted the impending fight in the sky. Then he did not go out immediately. Instead, from the heart area, he took out a drop of essence blood and summoned a split body. Since he was going to fight, it must be to fight at one's strongest state, not leaving the enemy with a single chance. Since this was the first time he had summoned it, Lin Dong was not yet skillful, so he wasted a little time. It was only when Pang Tong voiced his question that he successfully summoned it. Then it was the main body holding the evil breaking sword and facing Pang Tong. The doppelganger held the Thunder God Hammer and sneak attacked Jiang Chuan Dome. One person fighting 2 true saint levels. He was still able to gain the absolute upper hand. Lin Dong was satisfied with the outcome of this battle. The doppelganger was indeed as introduced by the system and possessed the same strength as the main body. Together with the Thunder God Hammer, a crippled artifact, the combat power was still quite good. I'm afraid that no one would be able to achieve this kind of battle performance of his own in the same level. After all, Pang Tong and Jiang Chuan Dong were not oil-saving lamps. Hearing Lin Dong's reply, Su Luan, Su Jingyuan, Su Shueling, Mabe, and Chen Jing Zihan and the ground crowd were directly dumbfounded. The 5 of them stared blankly at the 2, still not very clear figures. They had all seen Lin Dong before. In particular, Su Shueling and Chen Jing Zihan were the 2 who had the most interactions with Lin Dong. They were too familiar with Lin Dong's voice. This answering voice was Lin Dong's correctly. However, how could they not connect Lin Dong with the person who had just rubbed the true saint level on the ground? Only one thought appeared in the minds of the 5. Lin Dong was not a pseudo-saint level, but a true saint level. Chapter 1010 Magical Conversation. Isn't everyone looking for young Master Ben? Now that this young master has come out, how come you don't recognize him? As the people present slowly understood the meaning of these words. One by one, their eyes widened as they looked incredulously at the 2 figures in the sky. Everyone had come to find him. Then who was this him? The answer was self-evident. It was naturally Lin Dong. However, didn't the Zhang clan's wanted notice say that Lin Dong was only a young man around 1,000 years old? What was the situation now? It completely overturned everyone's perception. How did a young man of about 1,000 years of age suddenly become a true saint? How did he suddenly become a true saint? He was still at the top of the true saint level. Pang Tong and Jiang Chuan Dong were both strong in the true saint level. Those 2 figures in the sky, no matter which one Lin Dong was. To be able to suppress Pang Tong or Jiang Chuanxiong in a battle, they were definitely considered to be the top of the true saint level. The known true saint level in the Star Void realm. Which one of them had not lived for tens of thousands of years, or even hundreds of thousands of years? How could a true saint level powerhouse be associated with a youngster like Lin Dong? There must have been a mistake in one of the links. No one believed that a true saint level who was only 1,000 years old would appear in the Star Void realm. It was too exaggerated. It was also too unrealistic. There hadn't even been a 10,000-year-old true saint level, let alone 1,000 years. Pang Tong and Jiang Chuan Dong naturally didn't believe it either. The battle just now, from start to finish, was done in a very short period of time. It was another sneak attack by the other party. They also didn't notice the person who attacked them, what they actually looked like. Everyone was waiting for the smoke to clear to see who these 2 true saint levels that had suddenly appeared were. As time gradually passed, the smoke also slowly dissipated. When Lin Dong's young and familiar face appeared in everyone's eyes, the entire scene boiled over. Crap! Is it really Lin Dong? It looks almost exactly the same as the one on the Zhang family's wanted notice. I am not dreaming, am I? Is there really such a young true saint level powerhouse in the world? Could it be? Pa! A young lad was slapped on the back of his head by someone else before he could finish his words. What for? He said with some annoyance. Asshole. Is Lin Dong also something you can call? If you want to die, get the hell out of here and die, don't drag everyone down here. You have to address Lord Lin or Senior Lin. Right, right. It's Lord Lin, it's Lord Lin. I was wrong. After reacting, the youngster immediately realized his mistake of calling a true saint level lord by his name, which was simply looking for death, and hurriedly started slapping himself on the mouth. It wasn't just them who were talking. Everyone else on the ground was talking. Those who had come here had basically read the Zhang family's wanted notice. The looks of Lin Dong had long been memorized in their minds. Immediately afterward, everyone discovered something new. Why were there two Lord Lin who looked exactly the same? Could it be that Lord Lin was still a twin? Both brothers were true saint-level powerhouses? This shit was too fake, wasn't it? Since the Star Void realm had never seen a skill like doppelganger. Thus, no one would think that way, thinking that both were Lin Dong. Can anyone tell me? Why are there two Lord Lin in the sky? I also want to know. Could the other one be Lord Lin's sibling? Both brothers are such young true saint-level powerhouses. Fake, right? Do you still let us live? What's wrong with that? Since Lord Lin can do it, then naturally, as his siblings, they aren't any worse. The murmurs continued to come. Pang Tong and Zhang Chuandong were dumbfounded. Two identical Lin Dongs, both still at the true saint level. This was indeed somewhat inconceivable. Even as true saint-ranked powerhouses whose status in the Star Void realm was second only to the Saint King rank, they had never seen such a situation, nor had they even heard of it. Anyone who gave birth to a pair of true saint-level twin brothers would simply be a supreme emperor. The key was that it was still so young. In case these two achieved Saint King level at the same time. A double Saint King from one family. Definitely a legend in the Star Void realm. Su Xueling's mind was even more blank as she looked at the two Lin Dongs. Lin Dong was a unique, omnipotent existence in her heart. However, now there were two Lin Dongs. There was no difference in either strength or appearance. This made Su Xueling unable to accept it for a moment. She would not allow the myth in her heart to be surpassed, even if this person was Lin Dong's twin brother. You are Lin Dong? Pang Tong asked as he suppressed the anger in his heart. What? Doesn't look like it? Didn't you guys place that wanted notice or something? I've seen it and the drawing is quite similar, how come you can't recognize it when you see the real person? Lin Dong asked back. Then who is that person? Next to you? Pang Tong then asked. This question of his was also what everyone present wanted to know. Everyone stared at Lin Dong with unblinking eyes, waiting for his answer. However, Lin Dong smiled and did not answer immediately. Instead, he turned to his doppelganger and asked, Hey! Someone else is asking you. Who are you? I am naturally Lin Dong. The doppelganger replied rightfully. You are Lin Dong? Then who am I? Lin Dong played dumb and said. How do I know who you are? Anyway, I am Lin Dong. The doppelganger said with great certainty. What proof do you have when you say that you are Lin Dong? What proof is needed for this? I've been called Lin Dong since I was born, I haven't changed my name until now, if I'm not Lin Dong, who is Lin Dong? Coincidence. I'm the same way, Lin Dong is the name my mom got up early in the morning to give me, for the sake of this name, she didn't worry much, I can't let it go to you, you'd better not be called Lin Dong in the future. Then what will I be called? The doppelganger asked. Why don't you simply call yourself Lin Dong too? This is better to differentiate a bit. Lin Dong thought about it and said. Good. The doppelganger agreed in a single breath. That's only right. From now on, I will call you Lin Dong number 2, you will be my little brother, if I look at anyone who is not agreeable, you will go up and fuck them. Lin Dong laughed. Good. Lin Dong and his doppelganger, filled with magical conversations. It directly dried out everyone present, including the three true saint levels, Pang Tong, Su Can, and Zhang Chuandong. How had they ever encountered such a situation? How was it that even Lin Dong too had come out? It was too ridiculous. Soon everyone could see that Lin Dong was teasing them. How could two people who looked exactly the same not recognize each other? Pang Tong also realized this. His eyes were glowing with burning fury as he stared at the two figures in front of him. As a true saint-level powerhouse, he was still the true saint level of the Pang family, one of the 6 top powers in the Star Void realm. This was the first time he had been so provoked. These words were deliberately done by Lin Dong. A doppelganger was not autonomous. It also had no thoughts. It needed the main body to inject its spiritual energy in order to act. If Lin Dong withdrew his spiritual energy from his bilocation, then the bilocation would be a corpse that would not move and would automatically dissipate when the time came. So just now, Lin Dong was actually talking to himself. The purpose was simple. It was to irritate Pang Tong. It was best to provoke this fellow to fight with him again. Don't be scared off by yourself. It hadn't been a fun fight yet. Now that he's been exposed, then it's going to be a painful fight. Chapter 10-11 Lin Dong 2. Pang Tong looked at the smile on Lin Dong's face. It felt like the other party was mocking him. He wanted to rush up and teach Lin Dong a hard lesson. However, when he thought back to the encounter just now, the strength that Lin Dong had displayed, Pang Tong held back. Even if Lin Dong had a sneak attack first, the strength of this kid could not be underestimated. Moreover, the other party was still 2 people. There was also the red long sword in Lin Dong's hand. It was definitely a super divine weapon that was able to slice off his own advanced illusionary divine armament. It was most likely a top-level illusionary divine armament. A battle between strong people of the same level. Weapons were often the key to victory or defeat. Who exactly are you guys? 2 brothers like you have never appeared in the Star Void realm. Pang Tong questioned loudly. Are you sick in the head? Didn't I tell you? I am Lin Dong, he is Lin Dong number 2 and my little brother. Such a simple question, is there no end to it? Lin Dong replied with a mocking face. You? Pang Tong was unable to speak at Lin Dong's scolding. Wherever he went, was he not in the limelight and respected? When had he ever been treated like this? It was also in front of so many people from the Star Void realm. Pang Tong felt that the anger in his heart was about to be suppressed. You? With this touching IQ of yours, it's strange that you can still reach the true saint level. It's a complete disgrace amongst the true saint level. If I were you, I would simply run over my head and die. Why bother to disgrace myself here? Lin Dong continued to use agitation. Lin Dong, you seek death. Pang Tong stared with a pair of blood-red eyes and gritted his teeth. Being humiliated again and again. It had already reached the tipping point for him to explode. What Pang Tong represented was not just himself. There was also the entire Pang family. If he was cursed by Lin Dong today, if he just let it go, it would spread throughout the entire Star Void realm tomorrow. At that time, the honor that his Pang family had accumulated over the years would be destroyed. Want me to die? That depends on whether you have the ability to do so or not. Let's go, we can't let go here. If you have the ability, let's go to the void and fight another 300 rounds. Let's see who actually dies. Lin Dong's red long sword pointed straight at Pang Tong and said arrogantly. If I don't teach you a lesson today, my surname is not Pang, much less worthy of being a member of the Pang family. You don't have the surname Pang, you can take my surname, this I don't mind. Lin Dong laughed lightly. Lin Dong, you asshole. Pang Tong cursed. What a lot of nonsense. Let's go, see you in the void. After Lin Dong finished speaking, his body transformed into a ray of light and shot straight into the clouds, disappearing in an instant. From the void came one more sentence. Lin Dong number 2, the rest of that one is in your hands, don't disgrace brother me or I will make you look good. Don't worry. Big brother. I will definitely beat him so much that I won't even recognize his mother. The doppelganger shouted back. Immediately, it drew a commotion on the ground. Everyone had an expression of wanting to laugh but not daring to do so. Lin Dong even scolded Pang Tong for being brain-dead and having a worrying IQ. In their opinion, this Lin Dong number 2 was the one who truly had a questionable IQ. Acting out, he was a complete dilettante. To use one word to describe it, that was reckless. all limbs developed, simple-minded. Yet it was someone like this who managed to reach the true saint level at a young age? How exactly did he do it? This was a question that everyone wanted to know that. Seeing that Lin Dong had left, Pang Tong naturally followed him and his body transformed into a long rainbow and disappeared. So many people on the ground were watching. Even if he did not want to fight, he still had to fight. Not to mention that the current him was in dire need of venting the anger in his heart. Fighting was the best way to vent it. The 2 true saint levels left. There were still 3 true saint levels left. Lin Dong's doppelganger, Su Kan, and Jiang Chuandong. How do you want to fight? Quickly draw the line. When my big brother returns later, if I don't beat you up all over the place, I will definitely be punished by my big brother. Lin Dong too held the Thunder God hammer and took a step forward, pointing at Jiang Chuandong as he asked. We have no grievances, there's no need to fight. Jiang Chuandong said. He also saw the shortcomings in this Lin Dong too's intelligence and wanted to convince the other party. If my big brother says fight, we must fight. Otherwise he'll come back and punish me. Then answer me a question and I'll fight you, otherwise I won't fight and wait for your big brother to come back to punish you. You ask. Ask and then hurry up and fight. Don't babble like a pussy. Don't talk to him. Charge straight up and fuck him. Su Chan shouted from the back to stop him. He knew Jiang Chuandong's thoughts. Couldn't let this guy latch on. Su Kan wanted to go up very much. However, he was afraid that Lin Dong too would not be able to distinguish between his enemy and himself. That would be fun. It was not like Lin Dong was here. No one could control this powerful second fool. When Jiang Chuandong saw that Lin Dong too did not move, he asked, Who exactly are you people? Where did you come from? What are you doing here in the central divine continent? Are there any elders in your family who are more powerful than you? Are you sick in the head too? Didn't my big brother just say that his name is Lin Dong, and my name is Lin Dong number 2? As for where I came from, I don't want to tell you. What I'm doing here, I don't want to tell you either. And whether or not there are any elders in my family who are even more powerful than you, I still don't want to tell you. Well, after answering that, let's start the fight. Lin Dong too said in a serious manner. Put. Su Shueling didn't hold back for a moment and covered her mouth and laughed out. The moment she made a sound, she directly triggered countless people on the ground. Originally, everyone had endured hard enough. It was just short of a fuse. Ha ha ha. One by one, they all began to laugh crazily. Jiang Chuanxiong's face was on fire, a burst of green and white. He himself, a true saint-level powerhouse, was actually being mocked by these mole crickets. If it wasn't for the fact that there were simply too many people on the ground and the forces involved were numerous. Killing them would cause a huge upheaval in the entire Star Void realm, and the Jiang family couldn't afford it. It really wanted to exterminate all of these mole crickets. Since that's the case, then follow me. There are too many people here. In order to avoid hurting the innocent, let's find a place where no one is fighting. After Jiang Chuandong finished speaking, his body turned into a beam of light and shot off into the distance. He was going to find a place where no one was, and then have a good talk with these 2 idiots. Let's see if he could lure out something. It was really too shocking to see 2 young true saint-level powerhouses. Jiang Chuandong even guessed that these 2 guys were most likely not from the Star Void realm, and had come from outside the Star Void realm, from a higher-level civilization. As a true saint-level powerhouse, his insight was much broader. The Star Void realm was only a 7th-level civilization. In the vast and boundless universe, the highest level was a 10th-level civilization, or a god-level civilization. Below the god-level civilization was the 9th-level civilization, followed by the 8th-level civilization, and then the 7th-level civilization. For every level of difference between civilizations, there would be a very large gap in strength. If he were to extract something from this second idiot about a higher-level civilization than the Star Void realm, it would be of great benefit to him. Jiang Chuandong did not know. Everything that Lin Dong too had shown was feigned. In reality, it was simply Lin Dong who was manipulating. Chapter 10-12 Guessing. Following the departure of the 2 true saint levels, Lin Dong and Pang Tong, to battle in the void, Jiang Chuanxiong also left. Lin Dong's doppelganger was about to chase after him. Su Kan shouted loudly behind him again, Lin Dong. Number 2, don't go yet. Jiang Chuanxiang is a sinister and cunning villain, he will definitely set a trap for you, with your. You definitely can't handle it alone, it's best to wait for Lin Dong to come back. In his opinion. With this Lin Dong Tu's intelligence, it would be strange if he was not played around by Jiang Chuandong. In a situation where the gap in strength between the two sides was not so large that it was difficult to compensate. Other means were often the key to determining victory or defeat. Obviously, Lin Dong Tu's strength was not enough to crush Jiang Chuanxiang. Then the outcome of this battle was hard to predict. Su Can even felt that. Even if Lin Dong Tu was slightly stronger than Jiang Chuanxiang, the possibility of being countered was still very high. He wondered in his heart. Just someone like Lin Dong Tu. How on earth did he reach the true saint level? There were too many secrets hidden in this Lin Dong. Thanks for the reminder. But it's not certain who will set a trap for whom. Lin Dong's doppelganger turned his head to reveal a reassuring smile as his body instantly chased after Jiang Chuanxiang in the direction he had left. Along the way, the thunder god hammer emitted a strong electric current. It was as if Lin Dong's doppelganger was transformed into a bolt of lightning, and in the blink of an eye, it had disappeared, leaving behind a crowd of dumbfounded people on the ground. Su Can's original thought was, if this Lin Dong Tu did not listen to advice and had to chase after Jiang Chuanxiang, then he would also follow. He was afraid that he would be caught in Jiang Chuanxiang's treacherous plan. However, after hearing Lin Dong's last words, as well as that smile, Su Can changed his mind and did not follow. Where was this kid's worrying intelligence? He was clearly pretending to be a pig in a poke. If you think about it, it's right. How could he reach the true saint level? How could he be a fool? Lin Dong's strength at the true saint level was something that Su Can had not expected. It was already shocking and unbelievable enough. Now there was another Lin Dong too. Not only did he look exactly like Lin Dong, he also had true saint level strength. Su Can had too many doubts in his heart. It was not only him. The rest of the Su family, including the onlookers on the ground, had hearts like cats scratching, wanting too much to know the truth of the matter. Xueling, you have had the most contact with Lin Dong and have known him for the longest time. He has an identical brother, don't you know anything about it? Su Can turned to look at Su Xueling and asked. Back to old ancestor, I have never seen this brother of Mr. Lin, nor have I heard him mention it, but. Su Xueling paused for a moment. She did not know whether to speak her mind or not. It was because of caring too much about Lin Dong. It was unacceptable to accept the sudden appearance of someone who looked exactly like Lin Dong and had similar strength. She had been carefully observing the other party since Lin Dong too appeared. As a result, Su Xueling had really discovered something unusual. Lin Dong too was exactly the same as Lin Dong. Even a certain special detail on his body did not change in any way. This would be very abnormal. One must know that even twin brothers, from the time they left their mother's womb, they were two different individuals, and the longer the time passed, the greater the difference. It was simply impossible to remain exactly the same after hundreds or thousands of years. So an idea suddenly popped up in Su Xueling's heart. Could it be that this Lin Dong too was actually Lin Dong himself? As for why there were two Lin Dongs, Su Xueling did not know the reason. But what? But I have a feeling. What feeling? Old ancestor. I feel that this Lin Dong number 2 is the same person as Mr. Lin. Su Xueling still said what she had in her heart. The same person? Su Can silently read in his heart. Immediately afterward, he followed up with, what evidence do you have when you say they are the same person? I have more contact with Mr. Lin and have been together for a long time, during which I discovered some special details on Mr. Lin's body. Just now I have carefully observed Lin Dong 2 and saw that it is also present on him. These two people are completely identical, even. The details on their bodies are the same, it is completely like it was printed out of a mirror. Su Xueling explained. Identical? Even certain special details on the body were identical? Su Can fell into deep thought. Both of them were Lin Dong. This had never occurred in the Star Void realm. However, just because it had never appeared did not mean that it did not exist. Just like a true saint-level powerhouse as young as Lin Dong, it had never appeared in the Star Void realm either, yet it existed. If he could create one miracle, why couldn't he create a second, or even a third? Su Can was a true saint-level powerhouse. His ability to see and accept was much stronger than an ordinary person. He quickly figured out the key point. He also temporarily recognized Su Xueling's statement. As for the truth, one would still have to ask Lin Dong before knowing. This matter must not be spread out, no matter what the truth is. Since Lin Dong did this, he has his own reasons for doing so, we only need to keep it a secret for him. Su Can said solemnly. Yes. Old ancestor, we understand. Su Xueling, Su Luan, and Su Jingyuan replied at the same time. At this moment, a loud noise began to come from the sky. Su Can as well as the crowd all looked up into the sky. There was then a commotion coming from the other side as well, accompanied by thunder and lightning, which must have been caused by Lin Dong's activation of the thunder hammer. Both sides of the battlefield fought. Since the void was too far away from here, no one could see exactly how the battle was going except for the true saint-level Su Can. Even Su Can could only get a general idea with the help of his spiritual power. Old ancestor, is Mr. Lin in any danger? Su Xueling couldn't help but ask. Don't worry. Lin Dong is very strong, not weaker than Pang Tong in the slightest, and with the cooperation of that red long sword, he is still able to gain a certain upper hand, truly a hero. Su Can exclaimed. Just now, Lin Dong had sneak attacked Pang Tong and was able to take advantage, most of it was due to that red long sword. Now that he had a hard frontal confrontation and was still able to gain the upper hand, it was a reflection of his own strength. When Su Xueling heard this, her heart relaxed with a hint of pride. This was the man she, Su Xueling, had her eyes on. It was countless times more powerful than the Star Void Realm 6. The onlookers on the ground all waited with eager eyes. They very much wanted to go to the void and see this true saint-level battle that was rare in 10,000 years with their own eyes. However, they didn't dare to go. Here, in order to avoid hurting the innocent, the 4 true saint levels were still able to restrain themselves. When they arrived in the void, they definitely let go and did it. In case they got close enough to be caught in the battle, they wouldn't even know how they died. True saint-level battles were certainly exciting and everyone wanted to see them. But compared to their own lives, it was still a bit more important. Thinking of the possibility of losing their lives over this, everyone gave up the idea of going to the void to watch quietly waiting for the outcome. Chapter 1013, Broken Dao Heart. Pang Haian was in the distance, similarly tilting his head and staring blankly at the sky, his eyes filled with confusion. It was just that at this moment, he no longer had the condescension and pride of the 6 masters of the Star Void Realm, the first heir of the Pang family. In the past, his entire being was filled with confidence, giving off a feeling of being sharp and looking out of the corner of the eye. It was as if the sky was the boss and he was the second. The current Pang Haian, however, looked very disheveled. His self-confidence and condescension shattered the moment Lin Dong revealed his true saint-level battle power. Everything that he was once proud of was simply worthless in front of Lin Dong. Pang Haian had also thought about regaining his confidence and catching up with Lin Dong's footsteps, hoping to surpass the other party one day and trample him under his feet. However, he knew this was impossible. It was also unrealistic. The difference in strength between the two sides was far too great. One was at the half-step saint realm. One was a saint realm true saint-level powerhouse. The gap between the two was like heaven and earth. No matter how high the mountains on the ground were, it was impossible to touch the sky. Pang Tong despaired and gave up. He did not know where his next path lay. Perhaps he would have to live under Lin Dong's shadow for the rest of his life and never advance another inch. When a person who had viewed himself highly since childhood, the moment his self-confidence was completely shattered, most of them would be devastated, never having the possibility of turning over again. Unless you can overcome your demons, you can regain your confidence. However, the heart of the devil is not so good to overcome. Just like Pang Haian at this moment. There was only one way to overcome his heart demons. That was to have Lin Dong die in front of him. However, where was it so easy to have a true saint-level powerhouse die in front of a half-step saint? Realm? There was only one possibility today. That was for a Pang family Saint King-level powerhouse to make a move, beat Lin Dong half to death, throw him in front of Pang Haian, and allow Pang Haian to give Lin Dong one last blow. After breaking his heart demon in this manner, Pang Haian could regain his confidence and his future achievements might be even higher. The sounds of the battle in the sky were still passing down. Everyone was waiting for the outcome and not a single person left. It didn't take long. A voice came from the distance. The Jiang family belongs, withdraw. The appearance of this voice signified that the battle between Lin Dongtu and Zhang Chuanxiong was over. And the result was most likely Zhang Chuanxiong's defeat. Soon after, a bolt of lightning streaked across. Lin Dong number 2 returned carrying the Thunder God Hammer. At this moment, although he looked a bit lousy on the outside, he had not suffered any injuries and was in a very good state of mind. There was no problem fighting another battle. The arrival of Lin Dong's doppelganger immediately triggered the entire arena. Discussions resounded once again. Even Lord Lin's younger brother, Lord Lin Heir, is so awesome that he repelled the Jiang clan's true saint-ranked ancestor. Wouldn't Lord Lin be even more powerful then? Does it even need to be said? Lord Lin will definitely win. That's not certain. Lord Lin is indeed powerful, no doubt, but after all, he's still young and inexperienced in battle. The Pang clan's old ancestor was a famous figure 100,000 years ago. This is a clash between the old and new generations. Who will win and who will lose? We'll have to wait for the results to come out to find out. Lord Lin's rise represents the dawn of a new era in the Star Void realm. It's time for the old generation to exit the stage and leave the opportunity to the young. I support Lord Lin. I also support Lord Lin. Lord Lin will win. I support the Pang clan ancestor. A figure who has lived for hundreds of thousands of years, is he not comparable to a young man? In that case, how about we bet on it? Good. What do you say to bet? Bet my entire fortune, 30 million star dollars, dare you? Just bet. Who's afraid? I'll raise the bet by 10 million, Lord Lin wins. I'll raise the bet by 50 million, the Pang family ancestor wins. The number of people participating increased. There were those who supported Lin Dong, the new generation, and those who supported Pang Tong, the old generation. Both sides were at a stalemate. The bets were also getting bigger and bigger. At this time, taking advantage of the confusion, the Jiang family quietly retreated. The old ancestor had already been defeated. For them to stay here was nothing more than being laughed at. Moreover, in case the stupid, powerful Lin Dong number 2 suddenly tried to find trouble with them, it would be a call to arms. No one would be able to save them. Lin Dong also ignored those minions and directly came to the front of the Su family's group. Many thanks to Miss Su and guild leader Su for their help. Lin Dong clasped his hands and said politely. He was very grateful to these two people. At first, if he did not happen to meet Su Xueling and receive her full assistance. At the critical moment, Su Jingyuan had also eliminated all difficulties and sold the 300 branches of the Treasure Basin Merchant Company to Lin Dong. How was it possible for Lin Dong to achieve the true saint level in such a short period of time? One had to know that when he left the seven-colored glazed sect, he was still merely an eternal realm griffin. Facing the pseudo-saint level Shiman Fugu, he was powerless to fight back. If not for his strong spiritual power, he would have already been killed by Shiman Fugu. Hearing Lin Dong's voice, Su Xueling's face showed excitement. Her guess was indeed correct. Both were Lin Dong. There is no need to be polite, Mr. Lin. These are all things that Xueling should do, and it is a great honor for Xueling to be able to help you. Su Xueling had an excited face. What Xueling said is true. Being able to help you, Mr. Lin, is also a blessing for the old man. Mr. Lin mustn't be too formal, otherwise it would be too much of a discount for the old man. Su Jingyuan replied with fear and trepidation. Where could he have thought? Lin Dong was actually a true saint-level powerhouse. He also possessed this heaven-defying means of splitting into two and resisting two true saint level. Originally, he had thought that Lin Dong's talent was already perverse enough for him to be able to become a saint realm at such an age. Unexpectedly, he had still underestimated Lin Dong too much. Such a result was truly shocking. Had I known this, it should have been increased even more. Lin Dong will give whatever he wants. As long as the Su family will never zoe some eyebrows. The good thing is that the relationship is also good now. There is finally hope for the Su family. Lord Lin! Su Luan shouted respectfully. In this universe where strength was honored, the pseudo-saint level him could only obediently address Lord Lin when he encountered the true saint level Lin Dong. Not long ago, he was still calling Lin Dong his brother. Now, he could only respectfully call Lord Lin. There is no need to be polite, Brother Su. You may as well call me Elder Brother Lin. No, no, no. This can't be done. The one who reaches the top is the first. This is an unchanging truth that cannot be violated throughout the ages. Lin Dong smiled bitterly. There was nothing he could do in the face of this situation. Once upon a time, it was like this on Earth. Friends who were originally on good terms began to become estranged after learning of his strength and identity. Lin Dong knew that it was not that these people did not want to be close to him, but they did not dare to. Fellow Taoist Lin. Fellow Taoist Su. Su Kan and Lin Dong said politely to each other. Rumble. A loud sound that far exceeded the previous one came from the sky once again. Lin Dong. If you offend my Pang family, even if you are at the true saint level, you will have to obediently bow down and wait. My Pang family's Saint King level ancestor will soon come for you. Ha ha. The Pang family, one of the 6 great powers of the Star Void realm, is nothing more than that. If you can't beat the young one, come to the old one, just let him come. I, Lin Dong, am not afraid. Who doesn't have an elder in their family? It's not like I, Lin Dong, popped out of a rock. Immediately after that, a spatial crack appeared in front of Pang Haian. A hand reached out and yanked Pang Haian in, after which the crack disappeared into thin air. Chapter 10:14, My Buddy. It wasn't long after Pang Haian had just been taken away by Pang Tong tearing through space. A red light flashed. Lin Dong's main body appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Quick look! Everyone, look quickly! Lord Lin has returned in triumph. Lord Lin is well. Auspiciousness for Lord Lin. Lord Lin is so handsome. A woman swooned. Ha ha. I told you that Lord Lin would win. You guys still didn't believe me, how about now? It's a slap in the face. Quickly give the money. Ha ha. Thanks to Lord Lin's blessing, I'm getting rich now. Above the sky. 2 identical Lin Dongs stood together. Fellow Taoist Lin, what are you? Su Kan looked at the 2 Lin Dongs and asked curiously. Su Shueling and the others all perked up their ears. They also wanted to know how the 2 Lin Dongs, in the end, had managed to do so. Fellow Taoist Su, this is not the place to talk. Moreover, I have urgent matters that I need to take care of right now, so when I return, I will talk to you again. Lin Dong said. He now had to make a trip to the Shiman continent to find this dog thief to take revenge on him before Shiman Fugu could react. Otherwise, when the news of this place spread out and Shiman Fugu knew about it and found a place to hide, where could he find it? When he first came to the Star Void realm, he almost died at the hands of Shiman Fugu in the 7-colored glazed sect, after which Lin Dong secretly vowed. As long as he had enough strength, he would definitely get back everything that Shiman Fugu had done to him. In front of Lin Dong, who was already at the late stage of the true saint level. In front of Lin Dong, who was already at the late stage of the true saint level, Shiman Fugu, who was at the early stage of the pseudo-saint level, was at most a stronger ant. The difference between the 2 sides was more than 1 large realm. Even if the Shiman family still had an old ancestor who was hiding in the dark to recuperate from his injuries, Lin Dong was not afraid. As long as it was not at the Saint King level. What was there to be afraid of a true saint level that had not recovered from serious injuries? The big deal was to spend another drop of essence blood to summon out the split, 2 late true saint level, plus 2 divine artifacts. I don't believe that I can't get rid of the Shiman family. Anyway, this revenge, Lin Dong could not wait and had to be avenged. Good. If you, fellow Taoist Lin, have something to deal with, go ahead and take care of it. When you are done, let's find a place to have a good talk. Su Kan did not know what Lin Dong was going to do and did not ask. If Lin Dong wanted to say something, he would definitely say it himself. If he did not want to say, it was useless to ask. Now Lin Dong's identity was not the same. Not only was he at the true saint level. There was also this heaven-defying tactic of being able to defeat Jiang Chuan Dome and Pang Tong at the same time. In terms of strength, he had completely surpassed Su Kan. Fellow Taoist Su takes his leave. I'll be back soon, and we'll talk about it then, about your Su and Pang clans. The 4 members of the Su clan all lit up before their eyes. This was what they were trying to protect Lin Dong with all their efforts. Originally, they thought that the true saint level was Lin Dong's master. It was already completely hopeless. Unexpectedly, it was Lin Dong himself. Then his master must be more than a true saint level. To be able to cultivate a disciple like Lin Dong. Even amongst the Saint King level, he definitely belonged to the top. As long as Lin Dong was willing to help the Su family, it would be expected for the Su family to break away from the Pang family. Then, thank you, fellow Taoist Lin. Take care, fellow Taoist Lin. Su can set in. Delight. Many thanks, Sir Lin. Many thanks, Lord Lin. The three of them, Su Shueling, followed suit and thanked them. There's no need for the several of you to be so polite. These are all things that I have promised Miss Su, so naturally I will do what I said. Miss Su, you guys wait for some time, I will be right back after I finish my business. Lin Dong did not nag, and after saying so, he tore through the space, and both his main body and his doppelganger walked in at the same time. A true saint-level powerhouse. It was already possible to tear through the barrier of the 6-dimensional space and enter the 7-dimensional space to catch up. That speed was not normally fast. Although the central divine continent was far away from the Shiman continent, with Lin Dong's speed in the 7-dimensional space, it would not take him long to arrive. The current him was no longer an ant whose strength was merely at the Eternal Realm sovereign level when he first arrived at the Star Void Realm. Rather, he was a giant at the Saint Realm True Saint level. After these two battles, it could be imagined. Buddy. Chapter 10-15, Concealment. Watching Lin Dong leave. Let's go as well. Su Can said. Yes, old ancestor. The three of them, Su Shueling, replied. The Su family members then followed suit and left. After the protagonists left individually, the crowd on the ground began to slowly disperse. Some people were happy and some were sad. The person who pressed Lin Dong to win had undoubtedly become the most rewarded in the room. After entering the spatial rift, Lin Dong directly tore through the barrier of the spatial dimension layer by layer, eventually stopping in the 7th dimension. Only Saint King level powerhouses could tear through the barrier here and enter into the 8-dimensional space. Lin Dong then quickly advanced in the direction of the Shiman continent. The doppelganger had already been collected back by him. Although 1 hour had not yet arrived, it was useless to keep it. With the distance from the central divine continent to the Shiman continent, even if one was rushing through the 7-dimensional space, it would not be possible to reach it in an hour, and naturally, the doppelganger would not be able to hold on. Not to mention that some time had already been wasted during the battle. While Lin Dong was rushing, what happened in the 47th trade area of the western region of the central divine continent was like a hurricane that swept across the entire Star Void realm. And Lin Dong number 2 were the center point of the storm. Two young True Saint rankers had suddenly appeared, and had even repelled veteran True Saint rankers Pang Tong and Zhang Chuandong. It was hard not to be noticed. At first, many people did not believe it. However, there were too many people who had seen Lin Dong strike at the scene. There was no need for them to disbelieve. Coupled with the fact that the Pang family and Zhang family, as one of the main protagonists of the incident, did not come out to dispel the rumors, it meant that it was mostly true. All the forces were speculating. What exactly was this Lin Dong and Lin Dong 2? Such a young True Saint level. It had never appeared in the Star Void realm before. Of course, there were also people who questioned it. It was said that Lin Dong and Lin Dong number 2 had taken some sort of extremely rare heavenly material to return to their old age and appear so young. In fact, the two of them were old monsters who had lived for hundreds of thousands of years. How else could they be so powerful? It was not even in the historical records of the Star Void realm. Let alone in reality? The moment this kind of comment came out, it immediately became the target of being slammed by everyone. After repelling the veteran True Saint level powerhouse, Pang Tong, Lin Dong was considered to have become famous in one battle. Many people had already regarded him as their idol. When someone dared to speak ill of their idol, they definitely had to strike back. This was especially the case with some young and beautiful Heaven's Pride daughters. In the past, the ones they idolized were characters like the Star Void realm's 6 Jie. However, when they compared the 6 Jie with Lin Dong, they realized that the Starry Void realm's 6 Jie really did not even deserve to lift Lin Dong's shoes. Not only was Lin Dong more handsome and temperamental than the 6 Jie, his strength was even comparable to that of the 6 Jie's ancestor. Immediately, these Heavenly Pride's daughters shifted their target and locked their eyes on the young, handsome, and stronger Lin Dong. However, the 6 Jie had been famous for so many years in the Star Void realm, and still had quite a few loyal admirers. These people then secretly denigrated Lin Dong. People with two different opinions began to look at each other and openly cursed at each other. As the remarks became more and more heated, there was even a tendency to make a date. Seven-colored continent. Seven-colored glazed sect. When Patriarch Gongsun Jimeng received this news, his entire body was confused and his mind went completely blank. This was because Lin Dong was someone brought by Bailey Yanhong and an old favorite of these disciples of Huangfu Shiyu. She had actually been paying attention to Lin Dong's situation. It was hoped that Lin Dong could escape this calamity. However, Gongsun Jimeng had thought about the various endings Lin Dong faced in her mind. The only thing that did not occur to her was that Lin Dong would use this method to relieve himself of the crisis. She had actually learned some of Lin Dong's details from her own disciples. It was precisely for this reason. Only then did Gongsun Jimeng act so shocked. A person from a low-level civilization. It was only not long ago that he was almost killed by Shiman Fugu. How long has it been? And he already has the strength to counterkill Shiman Fugu, a saint realm? True saint level. What kind of concept is this? The four supreme elders of the seven-colored glazed sect were only at the true saint level. Lin Dong had actually grown to the same level as the seven-colored glazed sect's elders. This kind of growth rate. It was simply appalling. Gongsun Jimeng shook her head. She was never quite convinced, feeling that it was simply impossible. It was too much of an exaggeration. After all, one hadn't seen it with their own eyes. Hearing is not believing, but seeing is believing. Others believed it because they did not understand Lin Dong's actual situation. Thinking that Lin Dong was backed by a powerful force and had endless resources to use. Mystery represented infinite possibilities. However, Gongsun Jimeng knew. Lin Dong was a person who came from a low-level civilization. When he came to the Star Void realm, he was only at the Eternal Sword Sovereign level. If this news were to spread out, I am afraid that everyone would have to change their minds. Gongsun Jimeng suddenly thought. Could Lin Dong have been killed? Is someone impersonating him? But what was the purpose of this? She could not figure out the key point. Originally, she wanted to call Huangfu Shiyu over and contact Lin Dong to confirm, but thought better of it. The situation was unknown nowadays. It was better not to let them know. Lest the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Gongsun Jimeng was afraid that in case Lin Dong was really killed, the news would be too much to take in if Huangfu Shiyu and the others knew about it. A few little girls were afraid that they valued Lin Dong more than their own lives. She simply contacted Chen Jingzihan. Chen Jingzihan had always maintained a good relationship with Lin Dong. It must have known about this matter as well. As a result, the answer received was true. Lin Dong had really become a true saint-level powerhouse and had repelled Pang Tong. It was just that Chen Jingzihan did not have the time to communicate with Lin Dong either. This caused Gongsun Jimeng to become skeptical. Even though Chen Jingzihan had confirmed that it was Lin Dong, she still reserved her thoughts. Lin Dong might have been killed and someone had impersonated him. Wanting to confirm whether it was Lin Dong or not, the easiest way was for Huangfu Siye and the others to contact him. Other than that, another way was to wait. If Lin Dong really already possessed true saint-level strength, then his next step would definitely be to seek revenge on Shiman Fugu. The hatred in Lin Dong's eyes when he left the seven-colored glazed sect was clearly seen by Gongsun Jimeng. Once he had the strength, Lin Dong would definitely seek revenge on Shiman Fugu without delay. Just wait for a while. Just look at his next move and you will know. Gongsun Jimeng decided to temporarily hide the secret from a few little girls, and set a short-term task for them, letting them all close up and cultivate hard during this period of time, not running around. Otherwise, like last time, it would be troublesome to learn about it from the mouths of other seven-colored glazed sect members. With that, Gongsun Jimeng stood up and quickly rushed towards Yunxi and the others' residence. Halfway there, she couldn't help but think. If this was all true, then this brat Lin Dong was afraid that he would be going against the heavens. Elder Red's early exit from the cold ice cave would no longer be a luxury. Chapter 1016 Omen. West Gate Continent. This was in a somewhat more remote location in the Star Void realm. Although the Shiman family was not considered a top power in the Star Void realm, However, with two sage realms, their strength was not to be underestimated. In particular, the Shiman family's old ancestor, Shiman Shenghua, was a veteran true saint-level powerhouse. He had lived for hundreds of thousands of years. Longer than Pang Tong, Jiang Chuanxian, and the others. Even though he was injured, he has not yet recovered. With him at the helm, no one would want to mess with the Shiman family. A veteran true saint-level powerhouse who had lived for hundreds of thousands of years. How many hidden cards and means he had, no one could say. No one was willing to try it themselves either. Shiman Shenghua had been recuperating from his injuries in seclusion and basically rarely came out to walk around. The entire Shiman family then fell into the hands of Shiman Fugu, the second strongest person in the family. As one of the family's two saint realms, he had absolute authority in the Shiman family. It could be said that he was an existence that said one thing and said nothing. No one dared to refute his opinion. Shiman Fugu was different from the other saint realms. Before he had reached the saint realm, he spent most of his time in seclusion, was very low-key, and rarely moved around in the outside world, focusing on cultivation. In that era, Shiman Fugu was not a particularly prominent genius. At best, he can only be ranked around the top 10 in the Star Void realm. Yet he was the first of that generation of heavenly prides to break through to the Sage realm. With such a result, it was unknown how many people's eyes were lit up at that time. A guy who was ranked at the back of the pack had actually risen to the top and become the first to break through to the Sage realm. It was too much for many of the top-ranked Celestials to accept. There were so many people in front of Shiman Fugue's best friend. In theory, how could it not be his turn? However, the facts were right in front of us. He had to accept it even if he couldn't. Since breaking through the Sage realm, Shiman Fugue's desire completely exploded. He began to enjoy an extravagant life. Money, beautiful women, treasures, and the adoring gazes of others were all his favorites. It was as if he wanted to make up for everything he hadn't enjoyed before breaking through to the Saint realm. At this moment, Shiman Fugu was enjoying a life of drunkenness and paper drunkenness. Sitting on top of the Grand Hall, surrounded by several top-notch beauties serving him. There were also a dozen or so dancing girls below. All the women had a common characteristic. That was that they were not wearing an inch of clothing. In the Grand Hall, there was only one man, Shiman Fugu. It was simply extravagant to the extreme. Put it in the ancient times of China. That is a dim king that will be left in the dust for years to come. Shiman Fugu looked at the beautiful women around him. The heart cannot help but have some interest. These women are certainly very good. From their looks to their bodies, they were all considered top-notch. But compared to the 7 immortals and 7 holy maidens of the 7-colored glazed sect, they were more than a notch behind. But this was already the most outstanding woman that could be found in the Shiman continent. And what the 7-colored glazed sect had netted was the topmost beauties in the entire Star Void realm. On one side was the best of the Shiman continent. On one side was the best in the entire Star Void realm. When comparing the two, there will naturally be a gap. Alas! Shiman Fugu silently sighed in his heart. Thinking about the trip to the 7-colored glazed sect not too long ago, he regretted it. Not getting Bailey Yanhong, the head of the previous 7 holy maidens, not to mention. Even the 7 immortal daughters had not been able to bring back a single one. He was also taught a lesson by the true saint-level elder of the 7-colored glazed sect. What a loss! Thinking of the seductive aura emanating from Bailey Yanhong's body, as well as her tantalizing body. Shiman Fugue's body was hot. It was a pity that such a woman was actually imprisoned in the cold ice cave, waiting to come out 100 years later. It was already an ice-cold machine without any feelings. The prestige of the 7-colored glazed sect's cold ice cave. It was famous in the entire Star Void realm. It was the place where the 7-colored glazed sect specialized in cultivating dead soldiers. The cold ice gas inside could gradually eliminate one's feelings. After coming out, all 7 emotions and 6 desires are gone. Is he still a human being? This kind of place shouldn't exist. Shiman Fugu also thought of someone. A mole cricket that could be crushed with his hands. It was just that he hadn't been able to crush the other party. He even allowed the other party to escape with the help of the seven-colored glazed sect. With regards to Lin Dong, a young man who dared to offend his saint might, Shiman Fugu did not place it in his heart. He was nothing more than an eternal realm juggernaut-level ant. When he found the time, he could crush them with his hands. For now, it was more important to enjoy himself first. These women were all new arrivals. Although they are not good enough to be compared to the top, they are also good enough to be compared to the bottom. It was considered to be the very best. The Shiman family was one of the medium to large forces in the Star Void realm. It likewise had its own intelligence department. It kept an eye on the major events happening in the Star Void realm. It was only that Shiman Fugu himself didn't pay much attention. His focus was on enjoying his rotten life. If Shiman Fugu could pay a little attention, he would have realized. The person on the Jiang clan's wanted notice looked very much like the kid he had almost killed in the seven-colored glazed sect. Then immediately after what happened in the western region of the Central Divine Continent, he would definitely know about it. Even if he didn't believe it in his heart. At least a little preparation would have been made. It wouldn't be like now, uninformed. Today's Shiman Fugu was completely immersed in the world of desire. Not being able to obtain such stunning women as Bailey Yanhong and the Seven Immortals. It would just have to vent on other people. The people of the Shiman clan all knew the temperament of their own old ancestor and didn't dare to come and disturb him. In the void outside the Shiman continent, a spatial crack suddenly appeared. Lin Dong stepped out from the crack. Taking a glance at the piece not far away, the continent that was emitting a halo of light. A cold light appeared in his eyes. The gaze that Shiman Fugu had looked at him when he was in the seven-colored glazed sect was still fresh in Lin Dong's mind. It was as if he was looking at an ant that could be crushed at any time. The condescension of the Saint realm was displayed by Shiman Fugu to the fullest. At that time, Lin Dong, who had just arrived at the Star Void realm and was only at the Eternal Realm sovereign level, really did not have the slightest ability to resist when faced with a Sage realm powerhouse. If not for the fact that his spiritual power was strong enough, I'm afraid that he would have been long gone by now. The Shiman Fugu at that time would never have imagined it. The scene of that day would be reversed not long after today. Lin Dong would descend upon the Shiman continent with the strength of a late true saint level. How could he, an early-stage pseudo-saint level, not be an ant when facing Lin Dong, a late-stage true saint level? Perhaps it would be stronger than an ordinary mole cricket. It would only be a little bit stronger. Nothing more than that. Shiman dog thief, I, Lin Dong, am here. Since you want to kill me, it is not my fault. I hope that you are ready for your upcoming death. I will not give you any chance. Lin Dong let out a cold smile. He then disappeared once again and entered space, rushing towards the direction of the continent. Shiman Fugu, who was enjoying the services of a beautiful woman, suddenly felt a chill going straight to the top of his head, sending chills all over his body. What's going on? He stood up at once. His brows were tightly wrinkled together. After reaching the saint realm and cultivating the saint body, every omen of the body would not be empty. The changes in the body just now definitely signaled what was about to happen. Shiman Fugu's actions had frightened the few women around him. All of them knelt down and trembled. Chapter 1017, The End of the Shiman Family. The Shiman continent was located right in the center. There was a huge manor. It held tens of thousands of buildings inside. It was evident that this manor covered an astonishingly wide area. There were hundreds of exits around the manor. Each of the exits had a majestic gate with two large words written on the gate in dragons and phoenixes. West Gate. This was the main residence of the Shiman family, the de facto controller of the Shiman continent. It was also the place that everyone in the Shiman continent aspired to. At this moment, in the sky above the Shiman family, a spatial crack appeared. A human figure then walked out from within. This silhouette was naturally Lin Dong, who had come to seek revenge on Shiman Fugu. Looking at the complex under his feet, Lin Dong shouted, "Shiman Fugu, come out and die." His voice seemed like thunder as it swept downwards. It resounded throughout the entire Shiman family's manor. It even rippled out to a large area around it. Soon the Shiman family reacted. Unbridled. Who dares to shout at the Shiman family? And calling out the old ancestor's name, looking for death. letting the old ancestor come out to die. I think it's better for you to die first. Countless figures flew out from all corners of the manor. They were bound to take this person down, daring to let his Shiman family's old ancestor come out to die. It was simply arrogant to the extreme. However, as they had just detached themselves from the ground, what greeted them was a furious cry. What I'm looking for is Shiman Fugu, not Yuan's. Roll. The last word roll was like heavenly authority. Like a giant hand, it slapped down all those who took off. Bang 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 bang. Everyone flew backward and crashed into the buildings on the ground. Ah! Help! Old ancestor! Save me! The incoming men are menacing. Everyone retreat! Miserable screams rose up one after another. The entire Shiman family was in chaos. Even countless buildings collapsed and were razed to the ground under this rolling word. Lin Dong had left the Shiman family defenseless after merely displaying his strength at the early stage of the pseudo-saint level. This was the saint realm. The reason why he did not use his full strength. It was for fear of scaring the rightful owner away. The moment Lin Dong shouted out that Shiman Fugu had come out to die, Shiman Fugu had already heard it. As a sage realm, when had he ever suffered such an insult? Not to mention being bullied in front of his home, he was also told to go and die. Shiman Fugu, who was prepared to rush out immediately, suddenly stopped his body. He thought of the coldness that had just inexplicably appeared in his body. This situation appeared in the holy body. It was bound to be a sign. It was likely referring to the trouble at hand. In the end, for the sake of safety, Shiman Fugu decided to take a look at the situation first. As a result, what waited was countless Shiman clan members being injured and countless buildings being razed to the ground. Faced with this kind of naked provocation, as the Shiman family's oldest ancestor, he couldn't even think of not stepping in. Moreover, if he didn't go out, the Shiman family would be exterminated. The most critical thing is, the other party was only at the early stage of the pseudo-saint level. Since it was a strong person at the same level, Shiman Fugu wasn't afraid. It wasn't certain who would lose or win. Asshole! Is the Shiman family not a place where you and other small children can cause trouble? Give me death! Shiman Fugu shouted. Boom! His body shot up into the sky and attacked towards Lin Dong at extreme speed, his sage realm strength on display. Facing Shiman Fugu's surprise attack, the corner of Lin Dong's mouth hooked out a smile. The rightful owner had finally appeared. He was no longer the unresisting ant that faced Shiman Fugu when he was in the seven-colored glazed sect. A mere pseudo-saint level. Where was the qualification to be arrogant in front of him? In the shocked gazes of the crowd of Shiman family members, as well as the countless onlookers around them, Shiman Fugu instantly appeared in front of Lin Dong, and with a flash of cold light in his hand, a sharp dagger was pointed straight at Lin Dong's neck. This was not an ordinary dagger, but a mid-grade illusionary divine soldier, and it was coated with an intense poison that even a saint body could not withstand. Once blood was seen, any saint realm would have to shed their skin and lose at least 50% of their battle power. Lin Dong seemed to have been stunned. Dumbfounded, he watched as Shiman Fugu attacked. He was about to get his hands on him. Shiman Fugu also revealed a smile. As long as he injured his opponent, even if it was just a little bit of flesh and skin, he would undoubtedly win this battle today. The first time he fought with the Saint Realm, he was able to achieve such an impressive result. It seemed like he was going to be famous. It was only at this point that Shiman Fugu took a closer look at Lin Dong's face. This person was actually so young? And it felt so familiar? Where did he seem to have met him before? While Shiman Fugu was caught up in his memories, the left hand that was holding the dagger and was about to touch the other party was suddenly grabbed by the wrist, unable to move. Immediately after, before Shiman Fugu could react, his own neck was suddenly pinched by a huge force, making it impossible for him to even breathe or speak. Ah! In Shiman Fugu's terrified eyes, Lin Dong's true saint-level aura exploded. It directly invaded Shiman Fugu's body and crushed his saint force. It was also rapidly destroying his body at the same time. Although Shiman Fugu was a saint body, However, it was only at the pseudo-saint level. Under Lin Dong's true saint level pure saint force, it was destroyed in just a few moments. Even if the saint body's self-repairing power was strong, it would still take a long time for the recovery to be completed. Shiman Fugui's entire body went limp, without a single ounce of strength left in his body. This was the result of an early pseudo-saint level, fighting a late true saint level. It was not an exaggeration to say that Shiman Fugu was a slightly stronger ant. If Lin Dong had displayed true saint level strength the moment he appeared, even if the Shiman family was exterminated, Shiman Fugu would definitely not dare to appear. He would try to escape by all means. This was because the difference was simply too great. There was not a single chance of victory at all. In the sky, the scene of Shiman Fugu being instantly wasted. It left all those watching dumbfounded. How is this possible? The old ancestor lost? Defeated? The people of the Shiman family were already speechless with fear. Originally, they thought it was a dragon fight. It turned out to end quietly like this. Shiman Fugu's sacred body had been destroyed and no longer had the strength to fight again. The force on Lin Dong's hand loosened a little. Shiman Fugu could finally breathe and speak. Who the hell are you? A true saint level powerhouse, why are you doing this to my Shiman family? How exactly did my Shiman family offend you? Shiman Fugu asked with a terrified face. Being captured by a true saint level powerhouse. The other party also carried such great hostility. He had long since lost the arrogance and demeanor of the saint realm now. At this moment, Shiman Fugu only had one thought. That was to save his life. As long as the life was saved, the injuries sustained could be recovered slowly. If he was killed by the other party in a fit of rage, then there would really be nothing left. Faced with the threat of death, no one is not afraid. The saint realm was no exception. Shiman Fugu's words caused the people on the ground to come to a realization. No wonder he could easily waste Shiman Fugu. This young man who had suddenly appeared was actually a true saint-level existence. Chapter 10:18 Little Grits. I didn't say that your Shiman family had offended me, Lin Dong said with a hint of grimness in his smile. Such a smile looked so eerie to Shiman Fugu. Both. Since my Shiman family has not offended you, then what do you mean? Is this how you bully people when you are a true saint-ranked adult? Shiman Fugu still failed to recognize Lin Dong. It was mainly because he did not dare to think in that direction. One was someone he regarded as a mole. One was someone who regarded him as a mole. The gap between the two was too great. It was simply impossible to link them together. In any case, Shiman Fugu didn't dare to put the brat he had met in the seven-colored glazed sect together with this true saint-level adult in front of him. The Shiman family didn't offend me, but you, Shiman Fugu, have offended me. My meaning is very clear. I said from the beginning, letting you come out to die, naturally, I'm here to find you to take revenge. As for the bullying, you say yes or no. You've been doing this a lot anyway. Did I offend you? Looking for me to take revenge? I haven't even met a few true saint-level lords, so what can I do to offend you? Moreover, I, Shiman Fugu, am not a fool. Why would I want to offend a true saint-level lord like you? Are you looking for death? If you want to find trouble, just say so, there's no need to find these excuses. Shiman Fugu said angrily. It was as if he had suffered much aggression. His mind was indeed still in a rather confused state right now. Originally, he thought that it was a pseudo-saint level at the same level and had the power to fight. He didn't expect that as soon as he rushed up, the other party would directly waste him without saying a word. Facing such an unreasonable true saint-level powerhouse, Shiman Fugu was also somewhat helpless. Right now, his saint body had been completely destroyed. Even if he survived, I'm afraid that he would need a long period of recuperation to recover. Shiman Fugu, take a good look at me again. Do you really not recognize me? How long has it only been? Is the memory of the sage realm this bad? Lin Dong asked once again. Not recognizing is not recognizing. At this point in time, could it be that I would still lie? Shiman Fugu retorted. In order to stay alive, he had been observing Lin Dong, trying to find out the misunderstanding that existed between the two. However, such a young true saint level Shiman Fugu could be certain that he really had not offended or even met him. It was like he said himself. It's not like he's a fool. Why bother offending a true saint level powerhouse? Isn't this looking for death? When one encounters a true saint level, one would have to hide a little further away. Not to mention offending. Hearing Shiman Fugue's reply, the smile on Lin Dong's face gradually disappeared. Since the other party could not recall, then he was also not prepared to continue to babble on. This was because Lin Dong could sense it. The true saint level powerhouse from the Shiman family who was recuperating from his injuries was awakening. It was estimated that he would come out soon. So he said with a hint of coldness, Shiman Fugu, it seems that you are really a nobleman who has forgotten so much. You have forgotten me so cleanly so quickly, that I have no choice but to give you a little hint. When you were in the seven-colored glazed sect, weren't you very arrogant and bullish? What saints cannot be insulted? Your strength is not strong, but your temper is not small, a mere pseudo-saint level, hardened by you. You pretended to feel like a saint king level. It was because of you that Sister Hong was sent into the cold ice cave, and you still want to use my life to force Sister Hong to do so soon you forgot? As Lin Dong's words gradually deepened, Shiman Fugue's pupils began to slowly dilate. Seven-colored glazed sect? He finally thought of that brat who was close to Bailey Yanhong. At that time, he was going to kill the other party. But it seemed to be stopped by a force. After trying several times, he failed to succeed. Then the supreme elder of the seven-colored glazed sect appeared. Stopped it all. A careful recollection. Reuniting the person in front of him, with the silhouette in his mind, it really seemed to be exactly the same. How is this? This possible? Shiman Fugue's heart was shaken. A face full of incredulity. When he met that kid in the seven-colored glazed sect, he was only at the strength of the sovereign level. An ant-like existence. The person in front of him was an actual true saint-level lord. The gap between the two could no longer be described as large. Rather, it was two people that could not be linked together at all. You are. Shiman Fugu shivered, unable to speak. Great fear swept through his entire body. He finally understood why this person, as soon as he came up, shouted out words for him to go out and die. If the two were really the same person. He himself had almost killed the other party back then. Now that he had come to seek revenge, did he still have a chance of surviving? At this moment Shiman Fugu panicked. He was afraid of dying, and even more so, he didn't want to die. Hadn't enjoyed the good life of this world enough. As a sage realm, he had an unlimited lifespan. There were still long days ahead, and did not want to die just like that. Finally think of it? Shiman Fugu, in the beginning, you regarded me as a mole cricket that you could pinch to death at will, but now in my eyes, how are you not a mole cricket that can be killed at will? Such a huge reversal, I wonder if you are satisfied. Lin Dong teased. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. How could you possibly be him? I don't believe it. This is not real. It's not true. Shiman Fugu shouted hysterically. He couldn't accept such an outcome. And couldn't figure it out either. Obviously, he was a sovereign-level mole. How could it become a true saint level in such a short period of time? It was completely out of the ordinary. What's so impossible about this? The universe is so large, is it beyond the imagination of you, a mere false saint-level mole cricket? What you understand is merely skin deep. Lin Dong laughed coldly. You lied to me. You are not him at all, I know, you are just disguised as him. You cannot be the same person. Shiman Fugu kept shaking his head. Under the immense pressure and fear. He was already somewhat mentally deranged. Facing death. There was not much difference between the saint realm and ordinary people. Lin Dong saw Shiman Fugu's behavior. He could not help but sigh in his heart. The saint realm was nothing more than that. Other than living longer. What else is there? It was truly pathetic and lamentable. Back then in the seven-colored glazed sect. Shiman Fugu's unrivaled and spirited appearance. Lin Dong still remembered it clearly now. It was difficult to connect the Shiman Fugu of that time with this lost soul in front of him. Shiman Fugu, you and I have no grudges and do not know each other, but you, just for your own selfishness, you want to take action against me, and even want to kill me. If it is not that I was a bit of a means, I am afraid that I have already suffered from your poisonous hands. Today I came for a very simple purpose, that is, I want to report the revenge of the day. Are you ready for it? Lin Dong stared at Shiman Fugu and said calmly. These words were like a killing charm, directly causing the already unbalanced Shiman Fugu to completely collapse. No, no, no. You cannot kill me. You can't kill me. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Old ancestor, save me. Old ancestor, save me. Shiman Fugu shouted frantically. He wanted to escape Lin Dong's clutches very much. However, his sacred body had already been destroyed and he was completely unable to move. Other than shouting, he could not do anything. Chapter 1019, The Fall of a Saint. Lin Dong ignored Shiman Fugu. He was prepared to end the other party. Since it was an enemy that wanted him dead, there was no reason to let it go. It was also considered to be a way to clear a knot in Lin Dong's heart. To put an end to the matter of the seven-colored glazed sect. When dealing with enemies, Lin Dong did not act indecisively like he did with his feelings. When it was time to kill, it had to be killed. Never leave a little way back, lest the other party makes a comeback, finding trouble for himself. Lin Dong was not afraid. However, the people around him could not afford to be tossed around. Boom! At this moment, in the Shiman family's forbidden land in the distance, an aura rose up to the sky and went straight to the clouds. An old voice then resounded through the heavens and earth. Who is spreading wildness in the Shiman family? Report your name. Immediately afterward, an old man appeared in the air opposite Lin Dong. This old man had white hair and a face full of grooves, clearly very old. Seeing that Shiman Fugu was defenseless in the hands of the other party, the old man then knew that the enemy was not weak. It did not immediately strike. Nowadays, he had not fully recovered from his injuries. It wasn't quite suitable to fight against a strong person yet. Otherwise, even if he won, he would aggravate his injuries and prolong his recovery time. It would be very unfavorable to him. Who are you? Why did you injure someone from my Shiman family? The old man asked in a deep voice. Old ancestor, save me. I don't want to die yet. Shiman Fugu loudly begged for help. But no one paid any attention to him. The person he called Old Ancestor was the Shiman clan's true saint-level Old Ancestor who was recuperating from his injury. Shiman Shenghua. Old man, this matter has nothing to do with you. I'm here to find Shiman Fugu. You'd better recuperate your injuries. It's best not to interfere. Lin Dong said expressionlessly. Shiman Shenghua's appearance. It had long been expected by him. Just now, Lin Dong had sensed that a true saint-level powerhouse was in the process of awakening. He had prepared for this. This is my Shiman family, it is not a place for you to act wildly, and you are asking me to stay out of it? How ridiculous. If you don't give me a convincing reason today, you won't be able to walk out of here. Shiman Shenghua threatened. What reason do I need? Shiman Fugu wants to kill me, I naturally have to kill him. Those who kill, people will always kill. Such a simple reason. What reason is needed? If your Shiman family is not convinced, just feel free to find me. I don't mind removing your Shiman family from this star void realm. After Lin Dong finished speaking, his true saint grade late stage aura exploded out without any reservation. Boom! The entire heaven and earth were filled with wild winds. The people on the ground even felt their bodies being suppressed by an irresistible force. Even breathing became difficult. Shiman Shenghua was startled in his heart. This seemingly young kid in front of him was actually a late-stage true saint-level powerhouse. To be able to beat Shiman Fugu without the ability to fight back. He knew that this person was not weak. But he never expected it. Not only is it not weak, it is simply terrifyingly strong. True saint late stage. In the entire star void realm, there aren't many of them. When did such a young true saint level? Is he too long in seclusion to recuperate from his injuries? The times have changed. This time, he was forced to come out of seclusion. Shiman Shenghua felt like he was about to lose sight of this world. Fellow Taoist. If you have something to say, Shiman Fugu is the backbone of my Shiman family, please be merciful. If he has offended you in any way, I will apologize on his behalf. How about we sit down and talk again? Shiman Shenghua softened. It was not easy for the Shiman family to produce another Saint Realm. It couldn't just die like this. Otherwise, the Shiman family's status would drop a lot more. Apologize? Old man, you're thinking too naively. If apologizing worked, why would things have come to this point? Shiman Fugu must die. As for you, no matter what tricks you come up with, I will continue. Lin Dong was unmoved. Seeing that the other party was not advancing, Shiman Shenghua was also a little anxious. Fellow Taoist, you are a little too big to bully the small, aren't you? Bullying the small with the big? Isn't this something that Shiman Fugu often does? Relying on his strength in the Sage Realm, he does not put anyone in his eyes. Lin Dong sneered. Asshole. What the hell have you done? Don't apologize yet. Shiman Shenghua shouted at Shiman Fugu. I'm sorry. This lord, I was wrong, please let me go. I will never dare again. Shiman Fugu hurriedly apologized. I've said it before. It's useless, today Shiman Fugu must die. Fellow Taoist, are you trying to start a holy war? Shiman Shenghua was a bit impatient. It was indeed inconvenient for him to make a move right now. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been afraid of the other party. He didn't realize that his softening had in turn strengthened the other party's aura. As you wish. Lin Dong spat out 2 words from his mouth. He then detonated the Saint Force injected into Shiman Fugu's body. There was also a difference between strong and weak Saint bodies. A pseudo-Saint grade Saint body would only be able to withstand pseudo-Saint grade Saint Force. Lin Dong detonated the true Saint grade Saint Force. Shiman Fui's body was directly dissipating at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, the spiritual force also crushed Shiman Fugu's spiritual force completely with a titanic momentum. The strength of the two people's spiritual power was simply not at the same level. Ah! Shiman Fugu let out a terrifying scream. Old ancestor, save. Save me. Waiting for him to finish the sentence intermittently. The body had already disappeared into the heavens and earth. A pseudo-saint level powerhouse had thus fallen into Lin Dong's hands. Rumble. There was a burst of thunder and lightning in the sky. This was immediately followed by fierce winds and torrential rain. Whoa whoa. A sadness spread to every corner. The Saint Realm was a strong person recognized by heaven and earth. One could live the same life as the heavens and earth, and the sun and moon could shine the same. With the fall of a Saint Realm, even the heavens and the earth were grieving and crying along with it. This raging storm could not only be seen in the Shiman continent. All the planets and continents in the entire star void realm appeared at the same time. The sun was shining brightly in many places just now. In the blink of an eye. Then a violent storm began. When things go wrong, there must be a demon. Ordinary people might not quite understand what was going on. Some strong people know. 7-colored continent. 7-colored glass clan. Patriarch Gongsun Zhiming had just finished dealing with trivial matters within the sect. Rumble. A loud clap of thunder seemed to ring in her ears. Gongsun Zhiming froze. Was this? She hurriedly moved out of the room and came above the sky. Oh! Sadness filled every corner of heaven and earth. A fierce storm was coming. But when all the rain was about to fall on her, it was resisted by an invisible force and directly scratched away. Gongsun Zhiming stretched out her hand to catch a drop of rainwater. Feeling the sadness in the heavens and earth, the entire body shook. His eyes stared straight at the rainwater in his hand. This was a Saint Realm powerhouse that had fallen? How could this be possible? How many tens of thousands of years had it been since a Saint Realm had fallen in the Star Void realm? Why would one suddenly die? And who was the one who fell? Suddenly she thought of something. The pupils of her eyes instantly dilated. Could it be Shiman Fugu?